Good morning, members of council, staff, and those visiting the council chambers this morning. I am going to call this meeting for the Committee of Whole on Thursday, December 11th to order. Today is our budget delegations. Members of council, the intent for the day is to do as much as we can. For lunch, I'm going to suggest that we break for an hour so staff and council can have the appropriate time to re-energize themselves. We'll see where we are in the afternoon, but I somehow think with the number of delegations that we will be going into tomorrow, so I'm going to suggest that members of council at break start to clear your calendars for tomorrow. I'm not sure we will finish today. Mr. Clerk, I'm going to do a roll call first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now. Just note, Councillor Shahid is present as well.
Okay. Members of council, Mayor Carter and Councillor Mayor Pietri are on municipal business. They will join us shortly. Mayor Foster is representing the region of Durham. As he does so very well, he is in Vienna at a nuclear conference, and I'm not sure if he's going to join us online. You know, today is part of the budget process, but today is a day that we as a council get to say thank you to someone very special. And today is Nancy Taylor's final Committee of the Whole meeting as Commissioner of Finance and Treasurer. Since stepping into the role in 2018, Nancy has been this trusted steward of Durham's financial health, ensuring stability and accountability in every decision. Her leadership has safeguarded regional assets, ensured sound fiscal management, and provided trusted advice to council, the CAO, and as always, with integrity and foresight. Nancy began her career as an auditor with Deloitte, where she audited public sector organizations, including municipalities. Prior to joining the region in 2018, Nancy served the municipality of Clarington for more than 25 years as the Director of Finance and Treasurer. She has been a leader in the municipal finance sector, serving as President of the Municipal Finance Officers Association of Ontario, Chair of the Ontario Regional and Single Tier Treasurers Group, Treasurer for the Society of Public Insurance Administrators of Ontario, and as a one joint investment board member. Nancy has also been a strong representative for the sector, delegating numerous provincial committees, hearings, and an expert in nuclear property tax matters. Her significant contributions were recognized in 2019 when she was honored with an award of excellence in the municipal finance by the Municipal Finance Officers Association of Ontario, the highest recognition awarded. Nancy's dedication spans decades of public service, and her commitment to excellence has shaped policies that protect taxpayers' dollars and support the needs of our community. Her ability to foster trust, teamwork have made a lasting impact on all of us. Her Friday connecting emails became a cherished tradition, blending team shoutouts, corporate updates, and personal stories, including her cats, antics, and the latest crochet project. That made everyone feel valued and connected. And her warmth and creativity have shone every holiday season as she delighted staff with handmade gifts. Nancy, your commitment to transparency, fiscal responsibility has not only upheld Durham Region's reputation for excellence, but it has set a standard that will guide us for years to come. On behalf of Durham Region, thank you for all that you have done, and congratulations on your well-deserved retirement. Members of council, you know that we're not supposed to clap in the council chambers, but on this occasion, if you would please join me. Congratulations and well-deserved. On a personal note, members of council, I just want to say thank you. There are a number of you that have stepped up and covered for me over the last 6 weeks. It has been a journey that someday I may take the time to write the book. I do want to thank publicly the staff at Lake Ridge Health in Oshawa and Toronto Western for the work and taking care of me. To our chief paramedic, Troy, I always thought my ride-along would be different than the ride-along that I received. Members of council, I do get tired, so today, if I leave the chair, it's not because I'm just tired. I'm going to suggest that when we do break for lunch, that it will be an hour. And again, to the mayors and every member of council that covered an event for me, I just want to say thank you. To the staff that brought the piles of paperwork to my home to be commissioned, thank you. And to my team in my office, Mark, Patricia, and Nancy, and to our CAO, thank you for making it easier for me to get better. Members of council, I'm going to ask you all to help me keep the quorum in the chambers today. This is a very complicated agenda, and we're going to start now with declarations, and then we'll move into today's agenda.
There are a few that people have noted.
Yeah, members of council declarations, please, we'll start, I need you to, now, did we get this fixed from yesterday?
we did.
Okay. Councilor Crawford.
I'm not sure if we're going to get there today, but I have a declaration. My son works in finance.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Wu.
Yeah, and good morning, Chair. I have a declaration. I have a relative that works in the social services.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Shahid.
I have a declaration when it comes to the police budget. I don't know if we're going to be there today, but
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Mayor Ash.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do have a conflict in regards to the Works budget, as my son is an employee of the Works Department, so it's 3.4 business plans for Works business plan. Thank you.
Okay. Members of council, it would help us for voting if you can actually send the item number to the clerk, so that when we get to the voting process, we'll be able to make sure that it's done. Members of council, we'll move on to property tax supported business plans and budgets. 3.1 is a presentation from Elaine Baxter-Trahera, our Chief Administrative Officer, Nancy Taylor, the Commissioner of Finance, and Nicole Pincombe, Commissioner of Finance, Stella Danis Papacostino, Commissioner of Social Services, Bill Holmes, General Manager, DRT, and it's on the 2026 Regional Business Plans and Budgets.
Thank you, Chair Henry, and through you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, members of council. Firstly, I would like to thank all department heads and their staff for their dedication to putting together budgets under the current challenging environment. Also, many thanks to Nancy Taylor for her dedication and leadership, and on a personal note, for her incredible support of me over the past 7 years. She will be badly missed. And to Nicole Kidman and the budget team for their dedication in the finance department. And I should let council know that my last email from Nicole last night was 12:26, and my first one today was 5:06. So they really have been working hard to get everything together for us today. As you hear from our residents during these uncertain times, we have been challenged to both provide a budget that meets Council's June 2025 direction and also reflects the significant demand on our essential services that are driving the pressures on the budget. In challenging economic times, demands for many of our health and social services increase. Over the next slides in this presentation, we will focus on the specifics of the proposed budget and summarize major priorities. As noted in the report, Council has requested a budget at the cap of 3.5% for the main regional budget and 3% for the DRPS portion, totaling 6.5%. With assessment growth coming in slightly higher than initially estimated in the guideline, staff has brought the budget in slightly under the approved guideline at 6.04%. This presentation combines an update on the budget priorities and then walks through the details of the proposed 2026 budget. All commissioners with appropriate staff are present to answer any of your questions. Next slide, please. Thank you. As you have read in the report, the proposed property tax increase for 2026 is 6.04% on the regional portion of the total property tax bill. This represents a monthly increase of approximately $18 or $215 annually for an average residential property owner. As the region is on average 54% of the total property tax bill, the 6.04% translates to an approximate 3.27% increase in the overall bill. Included in the recommendations is a 7.08% increase for regional departments and agencies. This translates into an increase of 3.18% on the region portion of the property tax bill after assessment growth. This increase includes investment in transit, paramedic services, asset management, including roads, housing and homelessness supports, and other critical investments required to advance Council's strategic priorities. We will discuss these investments in more details on dedicated slides. Also included in the recommendation is a 10.69% increase from Durham Regional Police Services. This translates to an increase of 2.86% on the region's portion of the property tax bill after assessment growth. The police budget is proposed at the region's guideline, which is approximately $5.476 less than the budget, $5.46 million less than the budget approved by the Police Services Board. We will provide additional details on Durham Regional Police Services Board 2026 budget later in the presentation. Lastly, the increase includes a 2.4% increase for conservation authorities, plus or minus any current value assessment adjustments. This translates to an increase of 0.02% on the region's portion of the property tax bill and is aligned with requests received from the conservation authorities. As you will have noted in the report, the recommended increase is based on projected new weighted assessment growth of 1.72%, slightly higher than the 1.25% estimated at guideline. As discussed in the Property Tax Strategy Report, the Seton growth allocation is deferred to match expenses coming online, and top-up of last year's shortfall is not able to be accommodated in 2026. Staff continue to advocate for additional funding opportunities to advance the region's priorities. Significant senior government investment in transit, housing, and homelessness supports is needed in order to advance a number of the region's critical infrastructure projects. Lastly, to achieve the guideline approved by Council, we continue to draw significantly on development charges, reserves, and reserve funds, with the region's 10-year capital forecast for property tax services requiring $1.99 billion in reserve funds. Debt will also be strategically employed, resulting in debt payment obligations that Nancy will discuss further in the presentation. And with that introduction, I will now turn it over to Nancy Taylor. Nancy?
Thank you, Elaine, and thank you, Council, for indulging me and allowing me to participate in this meeting today. This slide here shows you the total 2026 budget, and subject to approval today and ratification at Council, the total will be $3.2 billion. Of this, $904 million represents the water supply and sanitary sewer budget that's on today's agenda later on, and the balance of $2.3 billion is the property tax supported budget for 2026. So these two pie charts provide detail on the property tax supported portion of the budget, so it excludes water and sewer, and you'll see that presentation again later in the day. On the left side, you can see the largest gross expenditure areas include social services at almost 37%, police at almost 17%, roads and bridges 12%, regional transit almost 11%. And on the right side, the $2.3 billion property tax supported budget is funded from numerous sources, including about 47% from property taxes. And sometimes people find that surprising because they assume that that's the only source of income that we have to support our expenditures and service delivery. We get about almost 28% from provincial investment, and so that's primarily subsidies for health and social services related activities. 6.3% from reserves and reserve funds, 5% from fees, charges, and transit fares. This year, debenture proceeds of 5%, and that's for new DRT facilities, zero-emission buses, and construction of a new paramedic station in Clarington, and housing redevelopment projects. It does not include future debt for DRPS new facilities at this time. So the budget proposes to utilize approximately $210 million from reserves, reserve funds, provincial gas and federal gas tax, and development charges. So this slide shows you the breakdown of the tax bill. So the previous slide was the totality of our expenditures and revenues. As you know, some service delivery areas receive subsidies and others do not. So this is the actual property tax component of our funding, that 47%, and where that 47% is spent. So as you can see from here, the largest component is police services at almost 33, and we've discussed this before. That's because there's little to no funding available to police services. There is program-based, but not generic, broad sweeping. So the largest component is police services, followed by social services at 19.5, DRT at almost 12, and regional roads and bridges at 11. So these percentages will shift depending on the final decision of council with respect to the Durham Regional Police Services budget request. So the 6.04% represents a monthly increase of $18 or $215 annually increase for the average single detached home. And I know we had a lot of discussion last year over whether we should say this in percentages, whether we should say it in dollars, how should it be expressed. Everybody has a different comfort level with which numbers resonate with them. But the context is important to note that even though percentages sound large, we are talking about a monthly increase of $18 on an average home for a huge wealth of services that are provided. So if council approved the entirety of the levy request from the Durham Region Police Services Board, that would result in the increase shifting to 6.6% or approximately $20 per month, or a $235 annual increase for an average single detached home. And this slide gives you some examples of the property tax impacts by different categories. And as we've talked about a number of times, and you'll hear from me next as well, there's no reassessment impacts for 2026 due to the postponement of the 2020 reassessment. So our base year remains at 2016. And so that's why when you see these numbers, you know, again, you've smiled when I've said this before, if you can show me a home for $483,000, then we'd all want to buy it. But that's the value of an average home in 2016, and that's what taxes are all based on. So you have to kind of translate that back in your mind when you're looking at that. So for the average residential property owner in Durham, their property tax bill would be about $3,779, and that includes that $215 budgetary increase at 6.04%. Similarly, we show you the impacts for commercial, which is a $323 increase, and industrial, which would be a $904 increase. So the province hasn't yet released the education tax rates, so we'll have to advise council because that's the further component of the tax bill. So we'll have to advise you once those rates are released. So the next slide is if we've only done in the region the last couple of years because many of the locals express it in different ways. And I know that this is created this year. There's been quite a lot of press around what is the real increase because trying to explain how this works is a challenge. So many locals now express it as a percentage of the overall bill. So we tried to duplicate that at the region so that you can translate that because you just can't add the 6.04 plus say a 5.5 or a 2.5 because they're a percentage of different components of the bill. So we've used averages across municipalities so that we can figure out for information purposes. So the region's 6.04% increase on its portion of the bill translates to 3.27% for the overall total of the bill. And so then you add the average local municipal increase of 3.9, which on their share of the bill would be 1.3, and that comes to the overall average of 4.6. Again, this will change subject to council's decision on the police budget. And one of the things I will say that hopefully will help explain this in a little way as well, and I'm going to use a fictional example. The regional share of the local taxes is always the same. So that 6.04 is universal across. When you see the shares by local, it looks very distorted. The reason for that, and again, this is a fictional example, if the region's share of the bill was $80 and the locals was $20, then it would be an 80-20 split. The region's share of the bill stays at $80 and say the local is $80, it's a 50-50 split. So those change percentages have nothing to do with the region. It has to do with how much the rest of the balance of the bill adds up to. So I just wanted to express it that way so you can sort of realize why we use averages here in order to translate this to give you that essentially overall tax increase of 4.6% on a total tax bill that would pick up all the components except for education if there is an increase in the education rate. And with that, as I mentioned, we don't have that as yet. And at this point, I will turn it over to Nicole so we can get into the details of the actual budget pressures and what's in there and what we're providing to our residents. Thanks.
Good morning. Thanks, Nancy. So there are four main drivers that are impacting the recommended budget that's before you this morning. The first one is our base pressures, and these base pressures, what they are, they reflect the cost in 2026 to deliver the same level of service that was delivered in 2025. They include things like annualization of the 2025 budget decisions, incremental debt servicing costs for debt that was approved as part of the 2025 budget, inflationary and contractual pressures. We have some alignment of revenue accounts, including the Pickering Casino revenues, and some inflationary impacts for MPAC costs and capital cost escalations. When we add all of these together, the total base pressures are about $26.1 million, or 2.6% on the overall levy. And in order to be able to accommodate that level of base pressure, we had to find increasing or offsetting savings in order to minimize that impact, to provide for room to be able to address some of the service priorities, significant service priorities that we have in our critical frontline service areas. So those critical frontline service areas where we're proposing some increases include paramedic services, transit, housing and homelessness supports, and these will be addressed in our subsequent slides. In addition, there's the road rehabilitation asset management issues. Consistent with last year, we're recommending a $3 million increase in those as well. That's to deliver road rehabilitation needs in 2026. The third driver is the strategic investment pressures for Durham Regional Police Service. And lastly, there's a number of provincial and federal funding impacts and legislative and regulatory changes that are impacting our health and social services programs and police that are further described in Section 6 of the budget report. As part of guideline, there was a recommendation that, or a motion rather, that was approved that asked staff to come back with impacts of reducing the region's component of the budget down by 0.48% and then a further 0.5%. So putting those two together would be a reduction of approximately 0.98%. So we'll talk about those later on in the report, or sorry, they're in the report and we'll talk about them later on in this presentation as well. So as was highlighted in the June guideline report and presentation, the fiscal sustainability of municipalities is severely challenged. These challenges aren't just facing the region, they're facing all single and upper tier municipalities. So the region's proposed 2026 budget allocates $289.7 million, or 27.2% of our property tax levy for health and social services. The tax funding for health and social services is increased by 74.2%, or $123.4 million since 2019. As mentioned, this isn't unique to Durham Region, with this trend being reported by many single and upper tier municipalities across the province. So one example of this is with respect to our provincial public health funding. So we get an annual increase each year of 1% in support for our mandatory programs in public health. 1% doesn't cover our inflationary pressures to deliver those services. So in order to continue to provide that same level of service and to fill that gap, additional tax levy investment is required. So the region faces similar pressures for tax levy investments in housing and homelessness support programs as well. So while we may have consistent funding, it isn't increasing at the same rate as inflation. As well, it isn't increasing to meet the demands that are placed on these services for the region to deliver as well. So we continue to work and participate with AMO in their advocacy efforts. We share our information to add to the voice of AMO when they're working with the provincial government and federal government for additional supports. And in addition to supporting these important sector advocacy efforts, we continue to raise the calls for action through the various and ongoing work of our government relations team at the region. So the next few slides will talk about the specific investments that are proposed in our critical frontline service areas, and we'll start with paramedic services. So the proposed regional paramedic service budget supports an increase of $3.6 million for 2026. This translates to an overall increase of 0.4% on the overall property tax levy. It is aligned with the 10-year strategy. Just by way as an aside, we've been working with our colleagues in paramedic services on an update to this strategy to reflect some of the operational changes that are occurring in paramedic services, and we are well underway to coming back with a report to council with an update in the first quarter of 2026. The proposed investments for paramedic services in 2026 include providing an additional 24-hour shift, as well as one additional 12 hours shift. So daily there'll be additional 36 hours of paramedic service on the street, 365 days a year. And this is supported by the hiring of 15 new paramedics. The 26 budget also includes estimated debt servicing costs associated with the new South Whitby paramedic station that was approved in last year's budget, and includes additional capital investments for the construction of the Bowmanville station, as well as the North Durham station. The budget also includes investments to maintain all our remaining stations in state of good repair. In addition to the investment in the 911 service, there's also a proposed investment in 2 new paramedics to support the expansion of our successful primary care outreach program. I'll turn it over to Troy and Jessica to describe a little bit more about the meaningful impacts that this particular program has on our residents.
Thank you, Nicole, and thank you to members of council for the opportunity to address this. So just wanted to highlight some of the stats specifically regarding our primary care outreach program, which this council has supported for many, many years, so I appreciate that. But one of the key things to note is from May of 2024 to current, we've seen a 279% increase in phone call consults from our other outreach teams. This teamwork is absolutely amazing, but it's critical that we have the supports to be able to continue to support those outreach workers as well. So that's a real positive for the organization, and it speaks to the value of those teams and what that teamwork has created. The PCOP currently has 552 active clients that we project by the end of 2025. That's a 33% increase from 2024. On top of that, client interactions have increased by 57% to an estimated 2,852, and that's our yearly number for 2025. This is currently being supported by we recently transitioned in September of this year from 10 hours to 12 hours for the PCOP, and that simple transition from the 10-hour shift to the 12-hour shift has allowed us to increase our daily patient interactions from approximately 8 interactions to about 12 interactions. So that's been a very huge positive for the PCOP team, and very well supported, and shows the valuable work they do. With respects to the team itself, I just want to pass it over to Commander Clark. Commander Clark looks after the PCOP organization, and she has a couple of the success stories related to the positives we've seen on this team.
Thank you, Troy. So yeah, I mean, success stories happen daily on PCOP, but we'd just like to highlight a couple that just really bring it home. So when we look at, we've just recently added Suboxone for withdrawal management. And when we look at a withdrawal management success story, we have one of our withdrawal management clients, he went missing and stopped taking the medication. And after about 2 weeks, PCOP found this individual, counseled, supported in a non-judgmental way, and worked collaboratively with outreach teams to get him housing and his first subblockade injection so that he adheres to his treatment plan. So that's huge. We also look at success of the program when we speak to individuals. An individual was living in a tent when she was met by the PCOP team. She was expecting, and the PCOP team visited every day, offering support and nutrition. After the baby was born, this individual sought help from PCOP and was there every day. Now she has her life back, living independently with her daughter. She credits the PCOP team and that this is the difference that PCOP makes in the community daily. There's so many feedback and reports and success stories, so thank you for listening and thank you for considering PCOP. I'd like to pass it over to Bill Holmes, a General Manager of Durham Region Transit.
Good morning, everyone. DRT's 2026 budget continues to be informed by the service and financing strategy from 2023 to 2032 that was approved by Council in February of 2023. As you may recall from the 2023 report and discussions at the time and since, DRT was and continues to be last in the level of transit service available to residents and businesses, industry, and institutions across the region when we compare with our comparative municipalities. In relation to these comparators, DRT's revenue hours per capita are less than half of the average of our comparators, 0.7 in Durham, and an average of 1.6 at our comparators. 70% lower ridership per capita at 14 in Durham compared to an average of 46 for our comparators. And in Durham, 22% lower municipal operating contributions per capita. The DRT service and financing strategy was intended to get DRT to a service level considered average by 2032. The 2026 proposed budget includes delivering up to 648,050 hours of scheduled service and 202,525 hours of on-demand service. This represents an increase of 46,953 annualized service hours, including 4,902 hours for on-demand and 42,051 hours for scheduled service. Service planning is also evaluating efficiency opportunities that are expected to generate more on-demand capacity that can be reassigned to the network throughout 2026. As you likely know, demands for DRT service continue to exceed capacity, and staff are required to prioritize service to areas of greatest ridership demand in consideration of service costs and available resources. Within the current service standards, DRT continue to balance demands across the region. And in more than any time, I've made this comment a couple times now, I've been around for about 11 years, and I don't recall ever hearing as much from business and industry saying we need transit to be closer, more frequent, so that our workers can get to work. The proposed 2026 service enhancements are modest, but they continue to advance the transit network towards the objective of being more accessible, frequent, and reliable for residents and workers. DRT also continues to advance the transition towards a zero greenhouse gas emission fleet, proposing to purchase 20 battery electric buses, that includes 4 growth and 16 replacement, and the supporting electrical equipment and infrastructure. These buses will be delivered by the end of 2027. And further in 2026, charging infrastructure at the Oshawa Depot will be expanded to support the 25 new battery electric buses that will be received over the course of this year. If you weren't aware, our current bus supplier, New Flyer, is now assembling their battery electric buses entirely in Canada. And fortunately, DRT will receive their first ever all-Canadian built transit bus, which actually rolled off the line this past Tuesday. DRT and customers are excited for the opening of the first sections of the DSBRT, and staff are busy developing operational readiness strategies for the planned 2027 openings. And you're also going to hear us talk more about the getting ready for the Lakeshore East GO rail extension. Some of the network adjustments and capacity that we'll be making over the next few years will prepare us for that spike in ridership demand that is inevitable. In 2026, DRT will also continue to advance design and construction of key infrastructure, including the rebuild of the bus barn and administrative facilities at the Oshawa Depot and New Harmony and Winfield Farms terminals, and the critical capacity needed at the new 2400 Thornton Road Depot. As DRT continues to mature and grow, so do the challenges. Over the 10-year strategy that was approved remains underfunded. Over the first 3 years of the strategy, the revenue service hours increased by about 145,000 revenue service hours, or about 30%. However, through 2026, we had planned to have an additional 36,000 hours of service and receive about 70 buses. That would have been growth and replacement. And if you can just imagine, if today we had an additional 35,000 of hours and another 10 or 12 buses out on the street supporting our residents and businesses. We will be updating the strategy in 2026 to reflect the accomplishments that we've made to date, and then further investments that are needed to advance the service levels that are desired by council. Also considering at the same time the pressures, opportunities, and risks with that strategy. As for the funding question, which is always a challenge with transit, we really appreciate the 5.3 million over the next 3 years annually from the Canada Public Transit Fund. The balance of the fund, it remains in question, but we're really confident that we will be the beneficiary of that as well. At some point over the next year, we'll hear more information that will continue to help us to meet our growth projections as well as achieve fleet GHG emission targets. But I also want to really focus on the impacts of the investments over that first 2 years of that our transit and service strategy. We've had some really positive impacts, and this just came through this morning. Actually, our analytics team received the 2024 report. And we look at 2024 compared to 2023, and again, looking at our comparators to DRT, revenue hours per capita, a DRT has improved by 8.6% versus only 2.4% with our comparators. Our ridership grew by 21% compared to only 6.5% of our comparators. Ridership per capita increased by 19% and only 3% with our comparators. And our ridership per revenue vehicle hour increased by over 15% versus 2% with our comparators. Again, there's so much latent demand across our region that's why we see such a significant increase as we're putting more service on the road. Ridership is using the service. I just want to close just by indicating that perhaps our greatest risk to DRT right now is the pressure on the aging fleet and our facilities to be able to sustain our growth. We have about a third of our buses that have reached or getting close to their end of life, which is about 12 years. And until we can confidently renew that fleet, the maintenance team will be needing to invest in various refurbishment and rebuilding work to extend the life of our existing fleet by an additional 6 to 8 years or so. So that will be a significant pressure on us over the next few years. Thank you. And I will pass it over to Stella.
Good morning. Thank you. Investments in housing and homelessness support programs have been identified as a key priority for Regional Council and the community. Recent federal investments has supported significant capital investments in our region to support those needing shelter and transitional housing, including 1635 Dundas and Beaverton Heights. The region continues to work with the federal government to advocate for Build Canada Homes funds for the region's social housing, revitalization, and affordable housing development. In March 2025, the Housing and Homelessness Service and Financing Strategy was approved. It's a 10-year strategy. Key outcomes of this study include 2,330 new community housing units, the revitalization of our existing local housing of 589 units, new market rentals of 2,110 units, expanded rent supplements alongside programs that embed equity, accessibility, and collaboration. These measures provide much-needed housing while prioritizing and considering healthy community and neighborhood settings. The proposed 2026 regional business plans and budgets includes total investments of $150.9 million in housing and homelessness support programs, an increase of $5.4 million or 3.7% from 2025. Approximately $100.4 million, or 66.5%, is from regional sources. Priorities for 2026 include expanding the region's outreach program, launching a regional community housing providers capital support program, developing sustainable funding for the at-home incentive program, and advancing various housing redevelopment and developments, including 300 Ritson Road, Harwood Achilles, Malega, and the Broader Hill. In addition to investments in housing and homelessness supports, the 2026 budget includes incremental funding to support the opening of the Seaton Long-Term Care Home in the fall of 2026. Thank you. The 2026 proposed investments for social services are focused on addressing some of the key pressures identified on this slide. The region cannot address these pressures alone, and increased investments by senior levels of government is required. Staff continue to carefully monitor, evaluate, and mitigate, where possible, the identified risks. The social services team is working hard to leverage all opportunities, and through collaboration, dedication, and investments, we have seen positive outcomes. Next slide. I guess you're doing that for me, Roger. Thank you. Investments create impact and help to create a home. In 2025, through regional investments, we saw 340 individuals transition from living outside to having a safe place to call home. And of this total, 145 were considered chronically homeless. Investments have allowed some of our most vulnerable residents to move into Durham's housing options, where individualized support can be provided, trust can be built, and above all, a sense of safety is created. Experiencing homelessness, as many here know, happens to individuals and families at all ages. At the 1635 Dundas Street shelter, we have a patron who will soon be celebrating his 87th birthday. And at Ajax, a gentleman who fell into homelessness found safety at the age of 92 years of age. Staff hear stories of job loss, health decline, family breakdown, addictions, or loss of a spouse as factors leading people to fall into homelessness. Life circumstances can be very tragic for some, and creating safe spaces and supportive environments is vital. We have also seen positive impact to those who have received supports. A Beaverton Heights resident, formerly experiencing homelessness, was able to stabilize, obtain employment, and move out of Beaverton Heights well ahead of the 4-year program model. Staff continued the Traveling Stage Summer Camp program, a Project X-Guard program at Lakeside Harborside in Oshawa, which has provided children and youth the opportunity to remain engaged in arts and self-discipline jiu-jitsu classes. We've developed a new partnership with a large landlord developer in Oshawa to pilot a new program, Durham's Affordable Rent Program, that bridges the market rent down to 80% of average market rent. This program targets Durham residents who earn too much to be eligible for rent geared to income, but still can't afford private market rents. The partnership has been a strong success, and we are continuing to grow this program. A former Housing Durham tenant who moved out of rent geared to income and started their own business gave back to their former community during a vaccination clinic event. They came with their food truck for the event and shared it with such a nice full circle moment for everyone to see. We've strengthened the partnership with Durham Nonprofit Housing Corporation and Habitat for Humanity by adding life skill and wellness workshops programming to family households and the Normandy Christine Nevis property and senior tenants at the Dean and Normandy apartment buildings. It's also important to highlight the Canadian Ontario Housing Benefit Encampment Initiative, a collaborative effort between housing systems, transitional support programs, and outreach. This initiative has provided 50 Canada-Ontario housing benefits, also known as COB, to support individuals residing in shelters who had stabilized but were unable to exit due to limited affordable housing and low social assistance rates. Through this program, participants received help completing their COB applications, filing taxes, and were matched with a transitional support worker to assist them in their housing search. Since April 2025, 26 individuals have secured housing, freeing up shelter beds and creating opportunities for people living in encampments to come indoors and begin their journey through the housing continuum. I'll pass it on to Nicole again. Sorry. So the proposed 2026 budget also includes a small provision for strategic investments that support some other key priorities that are in alignment with our strategic plan and our action plan as well. Many of these initiatives are multi-year initiatives and have been initiated in prior years and will continue to impact 2026 and future budgets. So this slide provides an overview of a number of these strategic initiatives, and additional details are provided in section 1.13 of the report. Just a couple of highlights here for some of the more significant investments. Advancing the region's cybersecurity plan. So this is a multi-year initiative. We're in year 3 of this as well. And what we did as well to meet guideline this year is we're actually funding some of the ongoing costs associated with this program through reserves and reserve funds so that we're smoothing out the impact of that as well. Again, trying to bring the budget in at guideline. There's also modernization and streamlining of the customer service delivery through continued implementation of Service Durham, including expanding service to 24/7, similar to what we're doing on the cybersecurity. We're proposing to fund 50% of the cost for this from reserve fund for this year, again, to smooth that impact of this service change onto taxpayers. Investing an additional $3 million in tax levy funding for roads and bridge rehabilitations, as well as ongoing implementation of the region's community safety and well-being plan, the region's equity audit, and the region's cycling plan. I'll now turn it over to Nancy to provide an overview on police.
Good morning again. I just have a few comments on the police services budget, and they had not registered as a delegation today, so I'll leave that for the chair to address with respect to comments they may have. So the Durham Regional Police Services Board's 2026 budget submission totals $352.289 million, and that's just shy of $39 million increase, or 12.43% over their 2025 approved budget. As DRPS has identified, there are a number of pressures facing the service in 2026, along with implications of the Community Safety and Policing Act. Along with Marco, the region is advocating for increased provincial investments in policing to assist with the costs related to this act, and you'll see a couple of specific recommendations in the report speaking to that. So this slide provides a very high-level summary of the various pressures based on the board's submission. Pressures continue to be significant. It's annualization of costs from the new positions for last year. For strategic investments, the DRPS Board's 2026 submission includes 116 new positions, including frontline, uniform, investigative, and civilian positions. And as Council is aware, DRPS has completed a facility needs assessment, and that's a process that we're working through with them to bring some things to Council both to the Police Services Board and to Council early in the year. So the proposed budget before Council today in the recommendations is at the approved guideline amount. And so that provides for $33.481 million, or a 10.7, I'm rounding, above the 2025 budget. So that's translates to the 2.86% in the region's overall property tax levy after assessment growth. Should Council approve the DRPS submission with no changes, the resulting overall impact would be a 3.95% for DRPS, translating to a 6.6% for the regional portion of the tax bill. So again, the Police Services Chair is able to speak if need be. I have some big numbers to talk about next with respect to what we're looking at for capital and the 9-year forecast. So I'll continue with the presentation and leave procedural matters to a more skilled. So there's some large dollar values here that really warrant some careful care and attention, and some implications of these large dollar values. So the 2026 major capital program totals $557 $0.62 million. And you can get all the details on that in attachment number 4 to the budget report, and the detailed listings of project by project. If you follow the budget books by department in those links, you can find every single item for the entire forecast. So the forecast total for property tax supported budgets, so this does not include water sewer, is $7.45 billion for roads, transit, police, housing redevelopment, and development, representing the largest components. This continues to be refined each year, particularly if any funding opportunities arise from other levels of government, such as the Municipal Housing Infrastructure Program for roads. So we are very attuned to anything that's happening and any opportunities that we can jump on to get funding. We are absolutely aggressive about those. So highlights of the financing for the 2026 capital is general tax levy, which is in today's budget before you, of $59 million. Reserve and reserve fund financing, including development charges, of just shy of $200 million. Debenture financing of $117 million, and grant and other financing of $25 million. Of critical importance is noting that 10-year forecast. And you can see here the general levy financing total $631 million. That's just below the dark blue bar on the far right side of the screen. As if you look at the columns going across of that one, you can see that the 9-year capital forecast will require steep increases in levy funding at increments across that chart. DC and reserve fund financing totals $3.4 billion, and that's very critical in discussions that we will likely have with respect to reserves and reserve funds. So you're looking at $3.4 billion that are needed there. Debenture financing of $2 billion, and grant and other financing of $1.4 billion. As mentioned in the last slide, and Elaine mentioned this at her introduction, strategically utilizing debenture financing is an absolute essential to deliver the 10-year program where we do not have sufficient reserves and reserve funds to address those. So this table shows you the debenture forecast projections based on what's before you today. So this forecast puts forward a potential borrowing of $4.1 billion in this 10-year window. As well, we're anticipating that this will increase as a result of additional capital priorities requiring debenture financing, such as rolling in the enhanced DRPS capital program, potential implications for Go East Extension, and transit-oriented development, bus rapid transit requirements. So debt servicing costs are projected to increase by approximately $419 million over those 10 years, with just over half of it tax levy and the other half water and sanitary sewer capital requirements. And I'm going to turn over to Nicole to talk about some of the proposed changes at Council's request.
Start, Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your indulgence in letting me speak. This is my 15th budget in this room, and we've never done it this process before. So to say we didn't delegate to present the police budget or register as a delegation, we didn't know we had to register as a delegation. I have my opening comments I'm happy to make on the police budget, but this is a completely different process than we've done before.
So I'll have our CAO respond, but the police did do a presentation at the last COW meeting. Elaine, please.
Yes, this is the similar process that we've used before. No, you don't have to register as a delegate. That there's opportunities, obviously, for members of council to speak throughout the process. We have added some data with respect to our service levels and pressures, but the process itself has been the same. And I do remind council that at the last COW, we did have a very detailed presentation on police service levels, budget pressures, etc. So we're simply making sure that council is also aware of the pressures that some of the critical programs that the region is responsible for delivering are experiencing at this time.
So I guess my question is, will I have the opportunity to make my opening remarks on the police budget at the appropriate time when we get to it? Or would you like me to do them now?
The appropriate time, as chair of the Police Services Board, is when we get to item 3.5, item A, which is the Durham Regional Police Service 2026 Business Plan and Budget. I will come to you first.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So this slide that is on the screen here informs council of, it is in response to council's request to understand the impacts of reductions required to reduce the proposed regional guideline by 0.48%. So they're listed here. The total reductions to get that 0.48% is $4.73 million. They're just itemized there what they are, but each commissioner that oversees one of these items has details behind them and is happy to speak to the specific impacts that would be felt with respect to any of these reductions. So as an example, for transit, Bill has information in terms of route impacts, revenue, service hours, those types of things that would result in if one of these reductions was to move ahead. There was two parts to the recommendation or the motion that was approved, by council in June. The second part is on the next slide, and it was to take us a further 0.5% reduction. And these are the items that would be these are the items that have been identified totaling $5.13 million. They include deferrals and elimination of service enhancements that are currently included in the budget before you today. Similarly, the commissioners can respond to any questions that members of council may have with respect to the specific impacts of any of these items. So these items on both lists are actually in the budget document before you today. So if council is interested in moving deferral of one of these items, that is, we would just need a motion in order to be able to amend the budget for that reduction. So looking forward is perhaps one of the most challenging aspects of municipal budgeting, and especially in today's climate where there seems to be change coming every day. So the pressures are significant and widespread across all of our service areas. And what's one of the reasons why we're advocating for a new municipal fiscal framework with the province. So we know we have pressures facing us in 2027 as a result of the budget that's before you today. These include staff annualization costs for the positions that are proposed in the budget. There's annualizations on both our side and on the DRPS side as well. There's continued implementation plans and updates for the paramedic, housing, transit, service and financing studies. So over the course of the forecast period, there's also various additional financing pressures that the region will face in order to respond to our growing population, changes in our demographics, our evolving community needs, and the maintenance of our assets. So some of the more specific pressures that we're modeling for future business plans and budgets include investment in climate change initiatives, the social housing redevelopment and ongoing operating for an increased number of units, the homelessness crisis supports, the incremental debt servicing costs that Nancy highlighted, roads and bridge forecasts in order to achieve our service standards that have been set from an asset management perspective, facility expansions and renewals, including our maintenance depots. There's the potential loss of our provincial gas tax funding for transit. It's on a year-to-year basis. There's the cap on the public health funding, and there's also the modeling of the implications of the items that are not included in the 2026 budget that were announced most recently that we know are going to impact us. These includes the loss of the automatic speed enforcement fines and the deferral of DC collections until building occupancy as well. So aging, and we'll talk a lot more about the Bill 15 impacts or that deferral of DCs. It really hits us most impactfully on the water and sewer side. So in the water sewer presentation, we'll talk a little bit more about what those impacts are looking like. It's early days for that modeling. And then there's aging infrastructure and related asset management pressures as well. And I'll turn it back to Elaine.
Thank you, Nicole. I'll just wrap us up by highlighting again that the 2026 budget focuses on maintaining affordability for residents with an overall property tax bill increase capped at 3.27% or about $18 per month for the average home. This is approximately $9 for police and $10 for other critical regional services like paramedics, Durham Regional Transit, and housing and homelessness programs. These are challenging times, and affordability is a major concern for all. This budget focuses on funding the services residents rely on every day, important services that keep our communities safe, connected, and supported. Community priorities have been reflected in the proposed budget. We held a budget town hall with about 12,000 participants, conducted a public survey, and invited public feedback to help shape the priorities for this budget, emphasizing affordability and ensuring that essential services continue to evolve and meet demand. This budget includes what matters most to residents. Staff will continue to pursue all opportunities for provincial and federal partnership to offset as much capital and operating impacts as possible. This concludes our formal presentation, and I will ask the team to come and take their seats. I know they're going to need access to all of their material information, and we're happy to respond to any questions that council may have. Thank you very much.
Members of council, questions on the presentation? Councillor Kerr?
Thank you, Chair. Just one question. I know there may be a lot coming from my colleagues, but I just wonder at this time if it would be productive if the Commissioner of Finance would kindly give us a brief overview of the impact when the province amended the Development Charges Act. And if you could just give us I know you released a document about a week and a half ago that talked about a $900 million shortfall over 10 years. I wonder if you could just give us some idea of the impact that has on both regional and municipal budgets. We're not talking municipal budgets today. So therefore, I wonder if you could just give us an idea of what that shortfall means in terms of the impact on the shortfall of the regional budget and where we have to make up the difference.
So through the chair, if I may, we have included quite a bit of dialogue with respect to that, and you'll see that in our presentation on the water sewer side, because that's where the big dollars affect us at the regional level. And what I'll suggest to you is what happens, as you are very well aware, but perhaps for the public that are listening, water sewer has to go in place first and roads, and that affects the local side. So without Bill 17, what it does, it's essentially suspends DC collections for say 2.5 years. So with zero cash flow coming in for those 2.5 years, or very small cash flow coming in for 2.5 years, that means that the way we budget is when the money comes in, we move forward with projects. With no cash flow coming in, then that means we have no money to pay for projects. So then the question is, do we borrow when we would normally not do that? And then we would have additional debt payment costs that we wouldn't have otherwise incurred. So there's a significant amount of analysis that we have underway on this. And so one quick example I'll give you under water sewer, because I say we'll discuss a lot more of this later, but the debt that's proposed for water sewer right now for 2026 will cost about $17 million a year in repayments starting the 2027 budget. 10 million of that is supposed to come from DCs. So even the budget you would approve today in 2027, if there's no DCs flowing because they're deferred, you have a problem already of more than half of that doesn't have the cash flow to come in. So certainly we've got some numbers specifics to what we've projected at this point when we get into those further discussions, and it's in the water sewer budget. But that's an example of that immediate implication. And many will say, well, what's 2.5, 3 years? It would have little impact if we suspended all capital programming for those 3 years. But of course, then that's counterintuitive to providing housing. So that's the dilemma council will be faced in the coming years is you proceed with the capital program that relies on development charges, then you have to borrow. And we are already projecting for water and sewer, one of them will be using about 50% of the cash coming in for debt payments, and the other one almost 70%. So it's all about what are you going to do in this window of time when there's no cash flow, when it's a service that has to be put in before the person gets their key to enter their home. So I hope that kind of gives you the big picture. We certainly have a lot of details and information in the presentation when we get to that on the water sewer side.
Thank you very much, and I'm hoping that will be of benefit to those in the gallery who are wondering why such an increase at this time. And I can share that at municipal level, we've wrestled with the same problems and had the similar impact. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Ash?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was much discussion in the presentation about the use of reserves. I'm wondering if I could pose a question to the Commissioner in regards to there will be some discussion today about using reserves to buy down the increase. So I'm wondering if the Commissioner can confirm what the level of reserves that are available and that are not dedicated or set aside for specific issues, and maybe offer a commentary on the pitfalls of using reserves to offset the revenue streams of property tax. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So through the chair, if I may, a couple of high-level observations. One of the go-to things that we often hear is the region has lots of reserve funds, so why don't we just spend those and offset a tax levy increase? Well, I can tell you a couple of things. Number one, we're already doing that. So Nicole, in her part of the presentation, referenced phasing of some programs over multiple years. So what happens is you can't do half a program, you have to enter into the program. So the phasing is onto the tax levy. So we use reserve funds to offset that other half or a third or however many years we're phasing it. So we already use it in that sense. We use reserves and reserve funds extensively for any one-time item we can possibly identify. So when you look at one of the attachment, I think it's attachment 4 to the report, it might be attachment 5, it lists off every single item that's funded from reserve funds. And you can see the operating impact reserve fund is quoted over and over and over again there to reflect that. So there, and then if you look at our capital program, as I mentioned, we're looking at billions of dollars needed from reserve funds in order to manage that capital program. And that's without considering Bill 17 with the discussion that we just had. So those are some things to council needs to be aware of. The other thing I would suggest to you is that the reserves and reserve funds themselves, I mentioned in the report, there's about 1.4 billion there. We need that for a huge number of purposes. Number one, the program that I just mentioned, but also there are, for example, there is about, the last time I pulled the numbers, there's about 4 billion in capital programs in the midst of delivery. And as we have experienced, and we bring these reports to council, those programs with the result of tariffs or other economic circumstances that have occurred, often the funds aren't sufficient any longer from the time a budget was struck to now, and the reserve funds is where we go for that. So anytime when you say at the discretion of Commissioner of Finance, essentially that means reserve funds. So we utilize the reserve funds incredibly actively and have oversubscribed a number of them as it stands. So I hope that is helpful.
Okay. We'll go to Councillor Lee.
Good morning, Chair, and thank you. Following along to what Mayor Ash was saying with the reserves, so I understand that reserves in a sense are pre-allocated, so all the dollars are in a sense accounted for. But just a question back, they're not necessarily accounted for the next year or 2 years. Sometimes they are allocated for years out. Is that correct?
So through the chair, there's a couple of scenarios. So they are allocated in the capital program as you see. We are also going to have to use them to deal with Bill 17. As I gave you that example for 2027, we won't have cash flow to pay the debt that we're going to be incurring. And then we utilize reserve funds on an ad hoc basis. So there is a lot of usage of reserve funds already in a very current commitment. The other part of the question, if I may beg your indulgence, that I didn't answer from Mayor Ash, has to do with the reserve funds in the sense that they are dedicated for specific purposes and used for those purposes. There is not a lot of excess capacity, if you will, and essentially what it translates to is deferring a tax increase. So for example, whether it be the new long-term care opening and the 220 some staff that are there, or police new staffing, if you fund those from reserve funds, those people need to get paid every year. So what you're doing is deferring a tax increase, and we already have very significant concerns over the 2027 forecast, as Nicole mentioned in what's coming towards us. So we have already built in using reserve funds to reduce the levy. So we've done that, I'll say, on behalf of council as part of the budget that you see very aggressively. So we're pulling about 203 million from reserve funds this year to make this year's budget work.
So if we've already done that, then I would posit that, you, on slide 28, we have Part A, reducing the regional increase by 0.48% would cost another 4.73 million. Rather than reducing services, this council could decide that it's within our threshold, our risk threshold then, to allocate the extra 4.73 million from reserves, as you say, like we're kind of doing anyways, but we just increase our tolerance for what the short term and long term. Is that correct?
So I am always at the will of council. Specific to your comment, your challenge there is we have applied reserve funds everywhere we can where it doesn't have an implication for next year's budget. If you, for example, chose, as you say, to say, we're going to continue on with that Part A list, but we're going to fund it all from reserve funds, you automatically have that as a tax levy increase next year. Automatically. Yep. Above and beyond, and it wouldn't be able to be accommodated in what a normal guideline would be, right? That would be in excess of the guideline because we would be completely incapable of squeezing that into a future guideline. It would be incrementally above that.
Okay, I just wanted to kind of clarify specifically on just, the use, like we do have the ability, but again, we will have to catch it up the next year right off the bat. But that is ultimately up to this council to decide whether it's within their, risk parameters to do that.
This council provides direction on budget approval.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pickles?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to staff for the presentation. I think it's great to demonstrate in the graphics that we have where the money goes. Quite often, when we speak regionally, residents think of police, but they often don't think of social services and public health and paramedics. So, sorry about that. But, so my question is, and I'm looking at slide 2, and I see social services as 36.9% of gross expenses and provincial investment 27.9. So typically a lot of our social services funding is flow through money from the province, but obviously it's not 100% here. So can I understand, or can staff make it more clear, is that difference because we're providing additional services or a higher level of service than, say, the provincial standard? And or is it that the provincial funding hasn't kept up with the increased costs of providing the basic services?
So if I may, through the chair, I'm going to answer that question and then perhaps Stella will reinforce. So in some cases, we simply don't get enough funding for what we're trying to do. But in a bulk of the cases, we are the mandatory designated provider by the province, and they provide the rules of what we're to deliver. they don't provide 100% funding to deliver that. So, but I will defer to Stella to have some more commentary on that particular issue.
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Councillor Pickles. An example of where we are not receiving adequate provincial funding would be in the area of homelessness, for example. In homelessness, we receive annually 18.8 million under the Homelessness Prevention Program. That's provincial funding. This year, for 2026 budget coming up, we are at 17.75 regional funding. That has increased since 2019 considerably. We were at, well, in the less than 30,000 range at that time. So that shows there's been an increase in need, and there is a huge gap that no one else is funding this. And if we're not doing anything for the Durham community, then no one else would be.
Yeah, Councillor Pickles, I'm going to have our CAO respond too.
Okay.
Thank you. Just to give Council an update, at the regional and single-tier CIOs table, there has been a lot of discussion about the province's failure to meet its cost-share ratios in a number of programs. For example, as you heard in the presentation, public health part capped at a 1% increase per annum. As Stella has mentioned, these services are so essential that if the province doesn't do it, it is put on us to do it. So there is an advocacy approach being developed both at the staff level and also for presentation to the Marco Group in January to really begin talking to the province about their requirements in terms of cost sharing and where there are major gaps. Thank you.
I appreciate that. So I understand that there's gaps in provincial funding. The provincial funding has not kept up with the cost of delivering those programs. But there are additional programs, if I can be clear. So primary care, which I know Mayor Carter was a great advocate of when I was chair of Health and Social Services, that's out there. It's an essential service and it's saving lives. But we're funding that to a greater proportion, and the provincial government is not funding that essential program. Is that correct? Or certainly their funding isn't the level we need?
That is correct. We have encouraged the province to support that program, but at this point, it is a Durham-specific program.
Okay, thank you. So there's a fall there. Another question, police, and I've asked this question before, and Mr. Chair, I don't know if you want the Chair of Police Services to answer it or not, or maybe we get to it later. But the newer legislation, at least, brought in a lot of funding requirements, upgrading equipment that, quite frankly, our equipment wasn't that old, but the equipment that they've recommended or required is perhaps better, or there's more of it. And I had asked because there were provincial funding programs for other services, or perhaps it was Northern Services, that they were getting reimbursed or compensated for some of that additional funding that was required as a result of the legislation. We weren't at the time, and I think we were in discussions to try and offset some of those costs. So I wonder if staff or the Chair of Police Services Board, if it's an appropriate time, can provide an update on how those discussions have been going to offset those costs.
I'll have our CAO respond, and then I'll have the Chair of the Police Services Board respond.
This is also another priority of the Marco Group, where we are advocating for increased provincial support of police services beyond those provided by OPP. We have had a recognition of the request, but as of yet, no investment. I'm not sure if the Police Board Chair would want to add anything to that. Thank you very much.
Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Pickles. Durham is not unique. All larger forces across the province have experienced similar things with relation to the Community Safety Policing Act and the requirements in there. Durham Regional Police alone had to incur $1 million of unbudgeted costs last year just to provide the updated protective armor the police wear as per the Act. I will point out that in the, I think it's page 47 of the report, page 90 of the agenda, 20.10 asks about requesting the Ontario Provincial Police to provide the same cap to DRPS as has been provided to OPP. I don't know what the funding source is for the OPP. I do know that having that cap here in Durham would not, and this is one of my comments, would not allow us to provide adequate and effective policing and meet our requirements under the Act. My suggestion would be to that 11% is amending to read that the province be requested to fund amounts in excess of 11% in order to meet the requirements under the new provincial CSPA. And that will be part of my comments when I do the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have two more questions. One is related to police again, and I know, as the chief has explained to us in meetings I've had with them or here in the chambers as well, that when we fund positions, it takes a while to actually acquire candidates, to train them, and to get them on the street. So I noticed in the presentation, I believe it was 115 new hires, and 78 of those would be uniformed officers. Are those numbers are new positions to be funded in 2026? None of those numbers are previous funding requests that have been deferred into this year because of training and everything else. These are new 2026 funded positions, the 115, the 78 uniformed officers. Would that be correct?
Mayor Collier?
Sort of, yes.
Okay.
That is correct. I will point out there was 30-ish recruits that were bumped from the program last year that we're getting in this year because of capacity issues at the college. But the 116, I believe it is, are new. I believe it works out to be 5, and I'm going from memory, don't quote me on this, 5 for the new helicopter that's being provided by the province. Tactical that we need, 78, I think, new frontline officers, of which 30, I think it's about half and half sworn as civilian. And I don't recall the others. We do have several members of the command team here. I'm sure the chief has the proper numbers if we need that now, or if you'd like to wait till budget time.
If it's coming up later, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. My last question, Mr. Chair, goes back to finance, because we were talking about deferral of development charges, and the fact that we have to put sewer and water and a road on top of it before people move into houses, and therefore their deferral of development charges is an issue. In Seton, we took a slightly different approach. We had the builders upfront much of the infrastructure and be credited to development charges in order to do that. And I know that works better in larger developments than it does smaller developments. But does that not in part address the issue of deferred development charges, particularly for larger developments? And is there a way of taking a similar approach, I suppose, in smaller, newer developments? I know it's not ideal for infills and density projects, but newer developments, even smaller subdivisions, is that a possibility?
So through the chair, a couple of comments. As you acknowledged, Seton was a very special circumstance and involved the province and the developers and the region of Durham and the city of Pickering. And the costs there could be confined and identified. And that agreement was pre-amendments to development charges legislation, which also has implications. With respect to looking at front-ending agreements as a normal course of business, Council has seen a few more of those this year where those developers will get credit back. The concern on either a global, a big picture scale, and for the small ones is that cash DC collections that come in, if they are all then going out to repay, it's essentially a loan. So if it's going back out to repay, then you don't have those funds for priorities that council would set through the budget. So the more that you, I'll say, divert to particular projects means that the overall development charge cash flow coming in isn't available. And the other key is being able to identify which projects are of particular benefit to a particular developer versus those that are costs for system-wide, so water plant expansions and the like. So trying to connect those two is not easy. We have done, as council has seen, I think 3 in 2025. I stand to be corrected on that, but we have done some in 2025 that are tailored to specific identifiable things.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to staff and the Chair of Police Services Board for addressing some of my questions. And just overall, thanks for the staff information they provided and the preparedness for today. It's probably going to be a long day. Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to draw attention to slide 3. I have some questions to the financial staff. Does staff have that now? I don't want to ask the question if they're still going to put it up.
Could we have slide 3 put on the screen, please? Yeah. Staff, actually, there we go. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question initially is, you've shown us the 2026 recommended gross expenditures by percentage to each department. And you've showed us the recommended gross funding sources to fund those expenditures. But you haven't twinned them. You haven't put them together. So could staff provide for me how much from property taxation is being used to fund the social services part of the pie chart?
So through the chair, that information is found if you follow the electronic link for every single department. You will find that information for each of those departments in those links. So that's where it's provided, both capital and operating. You can see all of those breakdowns.
Well, I understand, but I'm looking for one size that I can show to constituents to say, this is where the money's coming from, and here's where it's going.
Certainly,
They're
if
not
you
going to
give
hunt
us-
through 1,268 pages of a budget to find rings hidden away. Is there an ability?
So through the
to
chair, we
expand?
just called this up, and we can certainly, I can quote the numbers, or we can send you that single page if you'd like. But certainly I can quote the numbers to tell you that, so for example, for social services, the federal and provincial subsidy is 71.5%. The general levy is 24.4%. Reserves and reserve funds are about 0.1%.
Well, I appreciate that, and that's really what I'm looking for. With each of the parts of the gross expenditure pie chart, obviously they're put together to show the overall expenditure for social services. I'd like to know exactly who's paying that, how much is coming from the property taxpayer, how much is coming from provincial investment, reserves, debentures, et cetera, for each of the parts of the pie chart. I'd like to see the same approach for police, roads and bridges, transit, public health.
So
if we're going to ask the taxpayers specifically to contribute a reasonably large increase this year over last year, the first question they're going to ask anybody is, where is that money going?
So
is it possible to add a monetary breakdown off the recommended gross expenses pie chart?
So through the chair, two things. The next slide, slide 4, is the property tax allocation by all of those categories that you mentioned. So this slide, as you're familiar, the slide 3 that you're referenced, as you're familiar with, when we talk about gross, that's the entirety of funding and how it splits by department. This slide 4 takes that tax levy 47% and tells you how it's spent. So that answers some of the questions, if I may. But I can also, if you'd like, those pie charts by department, we can extract them and email them to you so that you get 7 or 8 pages if you'd like. We can certainly extract and email them to you.
Okay. Is there an ability to show it on one page? For example, under social services, you've got 36.9%. Can you have a line under it that says, and this is how much dollars that supports this department through property taxation?
So through the chair, to combine it all in one single graph where you have 8 or 9 departments with 7 or 8 categories, I don't think it'd be visible and readable. But I take your point. One of the things we may look at doing, if this is helpful from a communication standpoint, is perhaps trying to figure out some way of clearly having that circulated as part of the budget announcement, if you will, once council approves that the final numbers are set. But if we tried to put it all on that slide 3, breaking down every one of those by department, you wouldn't be able to read the number. Like, we couldn't physically fit it on one page in a way that anybody could read.
All right. Again, so I don't give any false information out. Dealing with the second part of the pie chart, the recommended gross funding, would I be correct in mathematics that the property taxation contribution from the taxpayers in Durham represents approximately $1 billion annually towards supporting the region of Durham?
Microphone, please. Thank you.
Through the chair, your math is correct. If you look at attachment 1 to the report, the amount that we're going to taxpayers for, and it shows by department, so it's attachment number 1, is $1,066,088,000. So there's a summary table on attachment 1 that shows gross expenditures and net or user rate. And you're correct, your math is correct, of $1,066,000,000.
Okay. And would it also be correct that, maybe I'll just ask you directly, off that $1,066,000,000 contribution from the Durham taxpayers, how much would be reflected in that of the 6% projected increase?
So through the chair, the 6% projected increase translates to, we're looking at about 9.5 to 10 million. So you're looking at 80 million.
So again, to make sure I'm giving the correct information, it would be fair to say that in 2025, the property taxpayers of the Durham region gave just under $1 billion to support regional programming and services, and that you're looking to increase that contribution by approximately $80 million. Is that correct?
So through the chair, that's prior to assessment growth. So I have to correct that in that sense. But so last year, the net 2025 tax revenue collected was 985 million and change. This year, the net revenue before assessment growth is 1,066,000,000. I have to do the math on the 2% assessment growth and subtract that off. So, you're looking at 25 million there. So it's probably closer to 55 or 60, but I could do that math for you offline.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, because there's going to be I'm sure, a very spirited debate about what we can afford and how we should fund. But I just wanted to make sure I had the accurate figures that this projection that we have here is looking for in excess of $1 billion from the taxpayers of Durham, on top of another $1 billion that we're getting from other sources. Is that correct?
So through the chair, back to that pie chart, yes, the property tax is about 47%, about $1 billion, and then you have about 1.2 billion for the balance of other sources of revenue or financing.
All right. The contributions on the, again, continue on the pie chart, under reserves and reserve funds, the source of the funds to that particular part of the pie chart, that too also comes from the taxpayers?
So through the chair, not always. So those reserve funds come from a variety of sources. Certainly, they are accumulated, some of them are accumulated through property tax sources over many, many years. Some come from development charges. Some come from federal and provincial gas tax, there's deferred revenues, some are contributions from various parties for certain things. So it's a mixture, but overall, over the course of time, generally speaking, a good bulk of the reserve funds would be generated through various things driven from a property taxpayer.
Okay. What I'm trying to reach a conclusion on, and I don't know if that's even possible, is to get a clear picture of the source of revenue for the $2.258 billion being suggested in this budget. You've explained the property tax direct contribution reasonably well. I don't know what the exact breakdown is in reserves and reserve funds. I'd like to see that. Would it be correct that the vast majority of fees and charges and fares would also come from the taxpayers?
Mr. Henry, I keep turning off my microphone after you turn me on. The attachment number 5 actually specifically lists all of the usage of reserves and reserve funds that would tie into that chart. So that's where you would go to take a look at which department is utilizing reserve funds for what. So that's attachment 5 to the main report. So with respect to the fees, they are user-based, so it would be things like transit fees. So if you are a transit user and pay a transit fee, that offsets the transit operating costs, as you're aware. So it depends on the nature of the fee and service charge. Some are agreements. So for example, we have joint facilities run. This is more on the water sewer side with respect to York. So there are recoveries from York. So there are recoveries from other entities as well. It's quite a mixture.
Well, I understand that your charts are very clear on what you're spending the money on. What I'm trying to reach is where you're getting the money from. In each one of the parts of the pie chart, debentures are paid by, in the long term, by the taxpayers. Federal investment, again, the taxpayers. Provincial investment, which makes up almost 30% of the overall pie, again, paid by the taxpayers. The perception we're creating here with this pie charts is that somehow the property taxpayers and the people who are paying taxes in our region are only paying 47%. But if you look at the other half of the pie chart, they're also paying for virtually the rest of it through other various channels. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is, do we have an actual number? Whether they pay it through the province, pay it through fees, pay it through reserve accounts, pay it through debentures, do we actually have the number that the taxpayers of Durham are expected to pay to support this programming?
So if I may, through the chair, and then I may refer to the CAO if she'd like to comment. The region of Durham covers, what we're talking about today is the property tax bill. The region of Durham doesn't have any authority over taxes derived from other sources of government and their decisions on how they spend those monies and their decisions on what service levels we are to provide. So I can only speak to what we brought before council today, which is the property tax budget and then later the water sewer budget. The context of, in the Canadian environment, how social services, for example, or security and safety are funded is a countrywide question. So I'm answering your questions relating to what the property tax bill, which is driving from today's discussion. I don't know if the CAO would like to add anything to that.
Yes, Councillor Nicholson, we're in committee of the whole. Your 5 minutes are up. We have another speaker. If you'd like to continue where we are in committee of the whole, can you push your request to speak again, please?
I will have many questions later on. I was trying to get a number of how much the taxpayers are paying since we're downplaying it as opposed to exacerbating it. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Yamato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Through you to staff, I just have a couple questions pertaining to the switchover from community growth and economic development, or from planning to community growth. Was there a dollar for dollar budget reduction associated with the removal of upper tier planning responsibilities?
So a couple of things I'll start with. There is a section in the report where you can see items specifically listed that was cut out of the community growth and development budget. And so you can see those there. And as well, if you follow, again, the link for the department that you see in the electronic agendas, it will tell you exactly what remains in the community growth and economic development department.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Members of council, that exhausts all the questions to presentation A. Mr. Clerk, we'll move on to presentation B. Mr. Clerk, I'm going to suggest that the hard stop be at 1 o'clock. Okay. When you're ready, Ms. Taylor. For people in the audience, just so you know, we will be breaking at 1 o'clock for 1 hour. I don't know how far we're going to get. I would probably suggest, Chief, if you wanted to have your staff leave and come back later, it might be a good opportunity for you to get some stuff done. It's up to you. Feel free to stay if you like.
Thank you. So good morning. I know it's going to be a long journey today. So while we do have multiple slides here, my intention is just to hit the highlights. So you have a big picture view of the property taxation policy-related issues, and I'm happy to answer as many questions as you'd like. So with respect to the agenda for the presentation, if you move to the next slide, the first two items are linked directly to the 2026 budget specifically, and then we can chat about some property tax comparisons because we've had some discussion over that this past year, and there is certainly a lot of misunderstanding in the public realm with respect to that issue. And then we'll talk a bit about policy issues that council needs to be aware of. So with respect to assessment growth update, as noted in the report, the weighted assessment growth is 2.14%. That's a slight decrease from last year at 2.17%. As you know, there has been a slowdown in economic activity and lower housing starts, notwithstanding that our goal is for that to actually go the other way. As noted last year, and this is going to sound confusing and I'll try to simplify it as well, in order to meet last year's growth assumption, we needed funds, and this comes back to us trying to find creative ways of funding the budget and minimizing taxpayer impact. Not all of the Seton growth was deferred. So the plan has always been, and council approved this because Seton was such a unique facility, that a unique development area, that as those houses came on stream, we would match the revenue stream so that the rest of the region didn't pay for that unique scenario. Last year, we simply couldn't afford to cut out that revenue or defer that revenue. We had to absorb it in. And so what has happened then this year, we can't catch up on that. So essentially, there will be a shortfall in a future year when the Seton costs fully come on stream. Some of the revenue to support that will have already been picked up because we needed it last year and we have no capacity to increase that this year. So hopefully that's clear as mud, as they say, but that's the message on the assessment growth update for you. Assessment at risk. This shows the amount of the regional assessment base involved in an assessment or classification dispute. So the value is low because of the age of the assessment base, and we've already talked about the fact that right now we're still dealing with assessed values of 2016. So eventually all of those appeals have been making their way through the process and dropping off, and that remains that there's less risk of lost revenue to the region in tax write-offs from appeals. However, the next reassessment, as we've talked about, and we'll get to that at the end, is going to be a whole different matter entirely. So I wanted to spend a minute talking about showing comparisons because typically and I know you answer this question very, very frequently, everybody looks up the property tax rate and says the City of Toronto's tax rate is way lower than the region of Durham's or City of Oshawa's. what we need to have people understand is that tax burden is assessment times that tax rate. And so the same house, what would you pay taxes for the services provided for that house, moved around geographically, is really a better reflection of the cost to provide services. So what this shows is we've taken a look, and there's a lot of detail in the report, and we actually have a link to almost a primer on property taxation. Essentially, for residential purposes, the region is at about 2.4% higher than than the average. Commercial, we're about 16% lower, and industrial, we're about 0.9% lower when you compare. So you see a lot of things, UCASA and all these other things that only look at one component of that. So this slide is to reassure you that we are competitive and comparable on average. Some policy updates, and again, the province has made a couple of changes with respect to multi-residential, and that's been the subject of discussion here. And there was a motion that was tabled and referred, and we will be addressing that certainly at that time. Really, the message is that reassessment is going to be a big problem, and I'll say playing with the ratios in advance of that could have significant detrimental impacts. And then just as a note as well, that because a significant amount of multi-residential currently is in Oshawa, although that is changing, they would have the biggest impact of a shift. Because remember, reassessment is not about new money for the region or the local. Reassessment is just about who pays what share. So you change the ratios between these classes, all you're doing is one taxpayer pays less, the other taxpayer pays more. The net amount to the region is still exactly the same. So a note on that, and we will be reporting back to you on that as promised through that recommendation. A quick note on the nuclear file. Council has seen this information, but we just wanted to say the work is continuing and ongoing among all municipalities that have any electrical generation properties to try to work towards a better, fair assessment. Essentially, as you know, we get $86.11 per square foot for generating capacity, but that's been frozen since 1968. So it's not keeping pace with the cost to provide services that come through. The last note here on assessment, as I said, there is no news with respect to that. So this graph is showing you from the black line to sort of the dotted and blue line, the gap that now sits between an average assessed value of a home and an average market value of a home over those number of years. So that gap is quite wide. And the concern is that, again, from a regional funding perspective and a local funding perspective, you've heard me say this often, it costs me the same to drive a snowplow down the road in front of homes. The key is who's paying for the cost of that snowplow. Reassessment is revenue neutral to us, but when it does happen, there is a lot of shifts that will occur. And what's often overlooked is if you are somebody on the side of that equation where you should have got a reassessment reduction in comparison to others, there's no catch-up. You don't get a retroactive makeup for the fact that the reassessment hasn't taken place for so many years. So in closing, the last slide here, we're not recommending any changes to the tax ratios right now. There's too much uncertainty out there, and we'd rather wait to see what reassessment holds for us so that this council can make informed decisions on where those balancing of ratios will affect the realignment of costs across taxpayers. So that's it for the property tax study presentation.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Okay. We'll start with Councillor Kerr.
Yep, just one. This is pretty straightforward, and I appreciate the clarity here. I guess it's a what if. I was intrigued by a comment that there's been no change in the nuclear amount since 1968. Should there be an acknowledgement of that, and seeing as we have 2 nuclear generating plants in the Durham region, what kind of a potential range of impact could that have if somebody sees the light, if you will, and chooses to slide that upward? What kind of an impact would that have on Durham Region?
So through the chair, the reason why we bring this issue up is because Durham is home to 2 nuclears. So we have a very dramatic effect for us and our taxpayers. The modeling, so for OPG, for example, it would be no different because as far as we understand, they pay based on market value. They pay us up to a certain amount, and the difference up to market value goes to pay off stranded debt from old Ontario Hydro. So if they inflate somehow that fixed price that we get from 1968, the region and the locals would get a greater share, but there would be less going to pay the stranded Ontario Hydro debt. So I can't model what that looks like. A lot of the information is confidential, and so there is work amongst, and I know Chair Henry and Elaine are involved in these discussions, there is work amongst all of the nuclear host communities and the major electrical generation communities on this issue.
Thanks. I was hoping it was going to be the holy grail of helping us to balance the budget, but there we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you. I wanted to draw my questions to the multi-residential property tax subclasses. It was my understanding that the province was giving municipalities the option to introduce these 2 new classes in order to reduce the cost of home rental in the multi-res sector, and hopefully then subsequently, as is mandated under law, any reduction in tax would result in a reduction in rent. Staff are not recommending doing that, yet you are recommending that we pay landlords a subsidy to bring the rents down to 20% less than the current market rent. Why would this option not be a better approach than the option that we are recommending?
So through the chair, I hope I haven't misled you. The new option that's just been announced is not, we're not legislatively able to comply with yet. That's why it's being put off for years. So MPAC has to identify every property that actually would qualify as affordable and give us those roll numbers before then we could determine what the impact would be to bring a policy decision. So that's why the report states in the motion that was brought forward a few weeks ago related to this being looked at in 2027. MPAC, in last time I heard, and Nicole may correct me if I'm wrong, they're suggesting that they may not have that information required for us to proceed till maybe even the fall of 2026. So at this point, staff is recommending taking no action, but it's primarily because we can't really take any action to give you informed information on what that would mean. And the other piece I'd certainly like to have us do some research on is that there used to be rules around how much savings from property taxes had to be passed on to tenants. And I'm not sure what those rules are, because what you certainly don't want to have happen is do all of this work and be caught in an older formula of that not being passed on to tenants. So that's another piece that we will certainly look at to see whether there is still rules around how high a tax reduction has to be to force a landlord to pass that along. So we'll also look at that for you.
Okay, as a former adjudicator on that board, my understanding, and for the many decades I've been involved with it, is that 100% of the tax reduction on property tax must be passed on to the tenant. It's not an option. It's a requirement of legislation. So you might want to look into that. Given that, and I want to thank you for clarifying the first part of my question, because when I read the report here, it said you were not recommending because of potential inequities, when in fact what you're doing is considering imposing this until you have more data from MPAC to allow for an informed final decision. Have I understood that correctly?
That's correct.
All right. When do you perceive that we are going to get a report on that information? Were we looking at fall of 26? Are we looking at spring of 27? Will it be before the 27 budget? I'm just trying to get an understanding when we will be faced with making the decision at the council level on whether or not we institute these 2 new classes or not.
So through the chair, we are at the mercy of MPAC in that we only have verbal commentary that they are suggesting it would be fall of 2026 before they could provide us with information. And then not only would the region need to model the local municipality, the area treasurers would also need to take a look at that as well for their implications. So my apologies. The recommendation that was referred to staff was to try to have it for 2027 budget discussions or along with the tax strategy. And if we have the information from MPAC to do so, that is our goal.
All right. Last question again. As the provincial legislation allows for up to 35% to be reduced as part of these classes, is there a possibility of an interim smaller reduction until we can get the full data of the full impact?
So through the chair, we can certainly look at a couple of different scenarios there. When that data arrives, we can certainly do some various modeling.
See, my concern is that for the citizens out there in rental units, especially those seeking affordable rental units, any assistance we can provide in reducing rents, in my mind, is a progressive step, something we should be looking at. If we can't move to the full 35 in one jump because we need further information from MPAC, I would strongly urge staff to look at the potential of an interim amount, maybe 10%, 15%. That would provide some relief initially while the entire process goes through this evolution. So I just want to leave that in your good hands. Thank you.
So if I may, just not to mislead, we can't do any modeling until we hear that we don't have the roll numbers and properties that would be affected. So my suggestion to you, to be very clear, because I hate to leave a lingering promise that isn't accurate, I can't do any interim until I have that data. I had took your question to be that when we have all that data and we look at the impacts to, say, a residential single-family owner, maybe council would say, well, 35% is too high a shift to those other property taxpayers. What about these others? So I misunderstood your question to say, when we have the roll numbers and information, would we provide scenarios? On an interim basis, I simply don't, and your local tax collectors and area treasurers simply don't have the properties identified that are eligible.
Okay, just as a follow-up then, have we approached the province to urge them to provide either additional resources or additional staff at MPAC so that they can, in fact, speed up the provision of that data? It doesn't make much sense for the province to say, you have the option to do it, but we won't provide you with the data to let you do it. So have we reached out to the province and said, you want to give us half the pie, could you please give us the other half?
So through the chair, I'm going to defer a question to Nicole, but to be clear as well, the province is not including the education component in this. They are staying at the full rate. With respect to our communications, I know that Nicole is involved in a number of groups, so perhaps Nicole can speak to what the recent activity may be with respect to this.
Through the chair, thank you. So our understanding is that MPACT is working very closely with the province on this one because, again, while the original optional subclass was announced by the province earlier, there was no definition around what the definition for affordable is. So MPACT was not able to start their classification process. So that has the end of this year been recently released. So MPACT is working with the province very closely to understand how to apply it and then to apply it. I don't know if that helps answer the question or not. I know there is dialogue, and there certainly is desire by many to understand what potential impacts are on this as well. The other thing that we're seeking clarity on as well, and Commissioner Taylor spoke to it, there is specific language that we're trying to understand what it means in the regulations for this one with respect to the passing on of the benefit to the tenants. So this legislation is different than some of the other subclasses where that process flows smoothly. This one, it speaks to need for agreement, and it speaks to the landlords being able to retain the savings for investment back in their portfolio. So again, we're trying to understand what the realities of that language means. So we're seeking clarity on that as well.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Briefly, I think it is kind of clear, but I just want to make sure. The nuclear plant, in terms of taxation, it sounds like it's been frozen for over 50 years. So that there is no indexing for increased, say, I'm thinking of policing for security or potential responses being considered by paramedics, et cetera, or, net impacts to property values, et cetera. There's been no increases at all.
That's correct for the generating components. Yep. So if they build an office building outside the security perimeter, then it's at CBA. And the reason why I could say it is 86.11 per square meter sounds a little odd. It's because it's $8 a square foot. So it was set actually by regulation before we switched to metric. So the $8 a square foot is the basis.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
So just for clarification, when is the estimated stranded debt supposed to be paid off?
Well, that's an excellent question, Chair Henry, and we have attempted to determine when that may be. We have attempted to determine the exact value, and that group that we spoke of, that of municipalities that are working together, have hired consulting to try to pin that down. It's not as easy as it would seem.
So just for clarification, the communities in Ontario that host nuclear generation, that provide power to other communities where they get safe, reliable, clean energy, the challenge is the community that generates picks up the additional costs. You don't have to answer that. Thank you, though. That's my one rant for today. Councillor Wu.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Henry. That seems to be the theme of this one topic, the nuclear generating facility, and also in the next report, 2025, CAL 44, that speaks about property tax treatment. Now, Chair Henry beat me to the question about when we can see the retirement of the stranded debt, because this has been going on for the amounts of time that you have been the Commissioner of Finance, and maybe we talked about it when you were Director of Finance in Clarington. And, this $86.11 per square meters of inside ground floor area, it's been an ongoing topic. And what would you estimate that figure to be, just a ballpark?
So through the chair, it's almost impossible to determine. I mean, originally it was billions of dollars. I'm thinking or hoping that a forensic look would show us what that actually really is. We'll continue to endeavor to try to pin that down and see whether there is any projections of what year it ultimately would be disposed of.
Yep, because like I had mentioned, that retirement of stranded debt has been going on, and somewhere it has to come to an end. And I'll just finish off by saying I concur with Councillor Kerr. This may be our holy grail. Thank you.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Not to belabor the nuclear issue. So there are 4 modular reactors that's being built or will be built. That will result in increased taxes for the region, correct?
So through the chair, modeling still has to be done about that, and I think your local treasurer may be able to answer that question better than I. There is analysis that has to be done over what's generating footprint versus what's ancillary facilities, because that's what makes the difference there. So until NPAC essentially has I'll call it a building permit for lack of better phrasing, I don't know that they can actually determine what would be within what we always call the operating island. How does that translate to small modular reactors? So that's not a question personally I can answer. I'm not sure whether the Pickering and Clarington treasurers have more insight into that. It's not a question I can answer at this point.
I understand. Where I was trying to go with that is to see if a new rate would apply or it would be the same 60 back to 968 rate.
Through the chair, as far as I'm aware, the prevailing legislation would apply. But that's an assumption that I'm making.
On another topic, which residents will say, our taxes comparable to other regions. How does it compare? And when we talk about comparison, we have to look at the level of services that's provided to. It's not apples and oranges. You can say, well, there's lower taxes here, but you have to look at the service that they provide for that tax as well. Do you do that assessment?
So that, one of the presentation slides that I showed reflected that. So if I think it's 5, let's flip to be sure here. So slide 5 in the deck, when you get a chance to take a look at that, it does show that based on looking at the same category of property across various geographies, the residential is marginally higher than average, very marginally. Commercial is quite a bit lower, and industrial is marginally lower. So when you're looking at the region of Durham, including the local areas, because of course it's in a 2-tier system, we need to include both if we're going to compare to something like City of Toronto. So essentially our taxes are, I would say, quite favorable or very close to the average across the sector.
Okay. Just as a follow-up through the chair, given that our commercial taxes is lower, does that help us to generate more business in your or attract more businesses to the region?
So through the chair, Simon is here today. My comment from a finance perspective would be that taxation is really only one component, because there are so many other cost components and market-driven components and other kinds of things. But I don't know if Simon in particular wants to comment whether that item is enough to sway a decision on commercial development.
Mr. Gill?
Yes, Chair, very quickly, we understand that Durham's tax rates are competitive and that it's one of many considerations that an investor may have. Yeah, I wouldn't see it substantially swaying an investment decision.
Yeah, I understand. So that would factor in quality of life and all of the other factors.
And
correct?
Transportation networks and all those kinds of other services that economic development often presents. Education of the local workforce, capacity and skill sets, all of those items factor into those decisions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That exhausts the questions.
Thank you.
Members of council, we're going to move into delegations. First delegation is Mr. Charles Ben, Oshawa resident, virtual attendance. He's withdrawn. So, sorry. Move on to, next would be Andrew Tummins, President, Durham Regional Police Association, and he's in person in the room. Good afternoon, come on down. I would like to say the price is right, but that would be inappropriate in a budget meeting. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Andrew Tummins, President of the Durham Regional Police Association. I'm here regarding the 2026 police budget that is before you, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the 1,400 members of the service and their families. Members who live in every part of this great region. We live in one of the fastest growing regions in the nation. People want to come to Durham for obvious reasons. We believe the quality of life and opportunities here are special, and the safety of our community is a major drive for attracting residents and businesses, but that comes with increasingly safety demands. We understand the economics of today, we really do, but we also know the expectations. Many of the people that need or rely on us are not affluent, but we don't respond based on income, we respond based on outcomes. We know the obligations under the Community Safety and Policing Act to provide adequate and effective policing. I'm not sure how many of you here today have been victims of violent crime or have joined our officers on a ride-along. But while you look at the numbers today, let me stress this. It's not about a line item. It's about lives. Policing is not an easy job. Each day we deal with issues that are traumatic, and the community looks to us to be the calm and the cure in those crises. Our members and their families sacrifice a lot to answer this calling. They give up holidays and special moments with their family. For example, to prevent a family having to live the rest of their lives connecting this time of year with a tragedy, our festive ride team volunteers to be on the roads while the rest of us are enjoying time with our families. They do this despite a narrative around policing that is unfair and not representative of the work our members do each and every day. Many of your council signed an elect respect pledge because of the changing nature with respect to abuse and threats to elected officials and staff. I agree, but with due respect, this is a drop in the bucket compared to what our officers deal with every day. Despite this, they volunteer their time to deliver programs for at-risk kids and support vulnerable populations. You probably don't know the extent of that because they don't do it for selfishness or self-promotion. They do it to make a real difference for others, not themselves. Our association and our members appreciate the board and the region's commitment in the last few years to catch up with respect to underinvestment in the past. But this region continues to grow along with the complexity of crime. We are on pace to have the highest number of shootings this year in our history. Imagine your loved ones getting up, kissing you and the kids, and heading out for their shift, facing this reality. Each day they put on a uniform, they are putting themselves at risk to protect each and every one of us. And those civilian supports are equally imperative as they ensure our officers have the tools, resources, information that allow them to be safe and deliver the best outcomes for the community. We want to maintain and attract the best. Part of that is the landscape around us and how our service is viewed and resourced. We are competing against very modern peer police services that don't have buildings that are falling apart and other services that operate in jurisdictions that don't have the same dangers or complexity of our crime. We are second in landmass only to the OPP. Before our last police service budget, we conducted a survey with all the members of the Durham region. We sent it out to all the members of the public. We asked them numerous questions, one of which was, what is one of your top priorities? And one of the top priorities from every person we polled that are members of every one of your community is the safety of everyone involved. People sleep safe in their beds at night because men of honor and women of honor stand ready to keep those violence away from them. Chair, members of the council, on behalf of the men and women of the Durham Regional Police and the community that depends on our service to protect and serve them, I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. There are questions, starting with Mayor Roy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through you. Thank you, Andrew, for your presentation. I don't think there's any disputing what the service does for our community as a whole, and I have had the privilege of going on many ride-alongs, and thank you for the work that you do. My question goes to advocacy on behalf of the association. We've heard that the province hasn't come through for municipal police services. What has been your work in terms of the advocacy to look at equivalent funding that the OPP received?
Through the associations as the PAO and the CPA, we are constantly trying to get the governments to come up with more. One of the biggest parts that we've tried over the last number of years falls down to taser and body-worn camera. Body-worn camera was decided by the board, by this council, that our officers would wear them. I have no problem with it. It has done nothing but help my members, but the cost is through the roof, and it's increasing all the time. And it is something that comes out of our budget that we have no control over. And we can't put more people out there to help without the costs going up of needing more camera, needing more redaction, and court officers. So we are working hard at the provincial and federal level to try to get them to pick up some of the cost for both tasers and for body-worn camera.
Yeah, and just through you, Mr. Chair, I know that the SOLGEN comes out quite frequently, not only for our police services, but also for our other emergency services. And I think it's a continual dialogue that we also should be having as well. So thank you very much.
Okay. Mayor Collier, as mayor or as chair?
I brought both hats today. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for coming. Just to be clear, because you didn't specifically say it, you're here on behalf as president of the Police Association, representing all of our sworn members and civilian members as well. Are you here in support of the submitted budget from the board to the region or the guideline? Because you didn't specifically say it.
I want to be clear, I am in support of it.
Of the 12.43 that we submitted?
That's correct.
I'm not going to ask you specifics about the budget because I don't know how much of the budget you've actually seen. It comes from the board. But you referred to the buildings and the state, which is a part of this. It's costing us a lot of money to maintain what we have because it's not the investment has not been made over time. If this budget was approved at the guideline and that $5 million of investment was taken out, what effect would that have? Are you able to speak to that?
I spoke to it earlier that we were trying to make up for historical shortfalls from before. We have buildings that you can't drink the water in. We have buildings that have mold in them. We are making do in areas that no other police department in the GTA would ever accept. And we're working together because we understand the hardships of the pressure of finances. To take anything away from us only puts us farther behind. 5 years of a freeze on police hiring has put us in the situation we are in now. Our members are overworked and overstressed because we don't have enough people on the roads. We are trying to ask to get ahead of that, and that is what that $5 million will help do.
Okay, and I'm going to speak to this in my notes a little bit more with my chair of the police board hat on. But I just want to talk about the 116, I think it is, new hires this year. And you kind of referred to the investment wasn't made and we're playing a bit of catch up. Again, I don't want to word this in a way that's going to put you in a tough spot. Obviously you recognize the need. You need more officers. Is that accurate?
That's correct. There's not a day, that might be an over-exaggeration. There's not a week where overtime calls aren't out there all the time. We have officers that are making money that you have all seen on the Sunshine List. And we have members of the public thinking how much we're making. It's not because we're making that money, it's because we're working those hours.
Right.
We can't fulfill our mandatory minimums that are in the police contract. We cannot keep doing what we're doing. We need more members on the road. As everyone has seen, we've went from being able to be proactive and see our cars in neighborhoods to all we can do is be reactive because we are going to so many calls, we are unable to get ahead of anything. That is what we are trying to get to, a point where you do see cruisers going through public spaces again so that the members of the public feel safe by seeing us around. Right now, we can't do that. We can't keep up with the call volume we have, and that's in either my civilians or in my uniform.
Thank you for that. There is going to be some talk later about, and there always is, about the cop to pop ratio. Can you just speak quickly on where Durham Region stands in relation to the Big 12 and the province of Ontario?
It's a real easy number, last.
Right.
We are last. We had a hiring freeze of 5 years. No one else did. Everybody else moved forward while we didn't. And now we're suffering because of that. And it's, when I say we're suffering, I mean my membership, because that's who I'm up here standing for. But I also mean the community. Just because of what I've said, we cannot be proactive with the numbers we have. We need more.
Thank you. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Andrew, for all the work that you do, and to all of your association. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Wu? Push your button again, please. There you go.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henry, and thank you, Andrew, for coming forward and speaking on behalf of the men and women, the sworn and civilian, the 1,400 members that you did mention. You did say something about looking and speaking to the members, and those frontline members. You mentioned something about working the overtime, but there's a point of burnout. Is that, can you elaborate on that?
Very much so. We work a 4-12 system. I think everyone understands what that is in the policing world. We work 2 days, 2 nights, 12 hours each. You then have 4 days off. Your first day is really not much of a day off because you've worked the whole night before, so you're down to 3. If they're now coming in on those 3 to help because we are so short, you're now working 7 out of 8. And I understand that everyone is right now working a lot and that everyone is facing these difficulties, but not everyone is facing firearms. Not everyone is putting their lives at risk to do these calls. Our members are, and it's a stress that takes a toll on them. We have a large number of members that are off right now, and that number has increased drastically over the last few years, and it is because of the amount of stress that's being put on them because we are so short-staffed.
Right. Now, over the last little while, there's other municipalities and regions going through the budget process. One that hit the news more recently is Toronto, and their budget passed. Again, over what, and again, we're looking at that today. There's a guideline set. The police budget passed with over the guideline, but also, are you finding other services too? You talk to them, have added increased number of personnel.
Right now, I know of 3 budgets that have passed in the last month. All of them have been increases on what was originally asked for to try to combat the fact that everyone is short. The policing industry goes in a wave of 25 years. It's 25 years and then members start to retire. And in 30, they all leave. And this is the biggest part about the staffing that we need to be ahead of, is we are coming up to that. We have 40 officers roughly that'll go in the next year or 2. 4 years after that, we will start to lose 200 officers in a 2-year span. And these aren't officers that can be replaced easily. These are officers with 30 years of service, most of which will have rank or be senior members on the platoons. If we don't get ahead of it now, we won't be able to combat it then, because we're not ahead of it now. And this is the fastest growing region in the country. You cannot say that we are going to be safe if we aren't investing in being safe.
And my last question, and one of the areas that we looked at in our strategic plan was speaking about community safety. Very important. And right now, we've just kicked off the MAD campaign, Mothers Against Drug Driving, and those officers that are on that unit are being pulled off from the regular units. Is that correct?
That's correct. Anybody, our ride program that kicked off last week and will go until the new year, are all volunteer members that have raised their hand and said, I'm willing to do this. And that's great that our officers are always that. We do so much with so very few. But that is also now a hardship on the platoons that they were on, because now they are one less officer than they were before when they were already stretched thin to begin with.
Okay. And thank you very much, and much appreciation to you and the association and the men and women. Thank you.
Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Tummins, for coming in. We spoke at the police grad, the last one, which was very informative for me. So cop to pop is kind of a new thing for this council in terms of a focus metric. I think the chief brought it in, started mentioning about 3 years ago, and now we are more aware of this statistic. So what's the total ask if we were to hit full complement? If we were to have the ideal cop to pop, what would the ask be?
I honestly, I can't give you that number. That would be a number that the department would be able to give you a better number of. I can tell you that right now, a platoon in Oshawa or Oshawa, which are our two biggest areas, should roughly have 30 officers on it. Right now, we're at about 22 on most of those. My comm center for the civilians that dispatch us to those calls, that answer those 911 emergency calls from the members of the public, they should be at 22 or higher, and on a lot of them, I'm at 13. And these are the people that are answering your calls when you need police. So the cop to pop ratio came into the conversation in the last few years because fire is very much based on a fire to population ratio. Police have taken that into consideration and have looked at it from the same angle of, if we're out there answering all the calls, there needs to be some sort of qualification for that. And prior to this command, that number didn't grow. I had been on the road in many units prior to my role here, and that number's been the exact same. Those platoon strengths that I've told you of that we're not making have been that number for as long as I can remember.
So you had mentioned the 5-year hiring freeze. So I guess I'm a newer council member. I started 2018. I think a lot of us, or a sizable amount of councilors started in 2018. We would not have been privy to these hiring freezes. And so it seems that these councilors are now responsible for making up this gap of hiring. So I guess my first question is what was the association's position during those 5 years? I asked you during the grant, were you clamoring for the same thing, saying we don't have enough officers? How are we freezing for 5 years?
We did clamor at that time. I was not the president at that time, but I can tell you the associations did. That was a time where we had also had officers that were working at the nuke plant. There was talk that would help that problem. We don't need to hire because we'll have officers come back from the power plant and they'll fill the void. Well, that was a great idea, but not all those officers came back. They stayed there. And we didn't account for retiring. And in that time frame, when we retired and we did get some officers back from the power plant, they just filled the void of the officers we lost at that time. This command, to their credit, has been very forward thinking on we need to get ahead of it. And that's why the ask for those numbers last year for 100, this year for 75, just road officers.
Front line, yes.
Front line. And then civilians on top of that, because the world has changed. We are dealing with way more technology. We need the civilians to keep us able to be out there on the road.
And I don't disagree with that, but I'm struggling just because I would argue that since 2018 to present, 7 years, we've actually hired quite a few officers under the past 2 terms that I'm wondering, every time either you or the chief or the chair comes up, the argument's always without X officers, we will not be as safe. And the answer to that is always going to be, it's an infinite number you're going to ask for. You will always need more officers for us to be more safe. That's kind of where your position is, I'm assuming, right? So I guess my first question goes back to just what is the ideal strength then? And if that is the ideal strength of COTS Pop, why wasn't that in the budget ask? Because my concern ultimately is going to be you're going to come back next year to the new council and say the same thing. Oh, we don't have enough officers. And I'm not saying you just actually have enough, But at what point is Durham Region at its optimum capacity? And why aren't we getting there now?
Well, I'll give you an answer to that on, did this council, was it happy with the fact that we now have a human trafficking unit? We didn't have that. Robbery unit in Durham Region, when I started, we had 4 members on it. York had 22. We now have 12. We're moving in that direction. The health and wellness unit for York, our closest neighbor, who we use as a comparator, quite frankly, a lot, has 22 members in their health and wellness unit, helping these members that are on the road. We have 3. These are all numbers that we are trying to get through. You've heard the chief say it, and I'll echo it. You've never saw so many people do so much work with so few help. And that's the issue that we're going for. You're right. Is there a number that I can say that this will make us perfect, we'll never need more? We don't know what that's going to look like. We didn't need a human trafficking unit when I started in Durham. It was, frankly, it was Bowmanville and Farmers Field, then Oshawa, then Farmers Field. We are not that anymore. Fastest growing region in the province. We've got to catch up now. We have to get up into those numbers. Our neighbor, York, that I just said we compare with, is 1,000 officers more than us. 1,000. Like what we have now, they almost have that many again.
Right.
And we're patrolling a bigger area. We're second in landmass only to the OPP. So yes, will you hear us say that we need more officers? You're constantly going to. Will there ever be a time where we can come to you and say, hey, we're good, we don't need any more? I don't think we will. Right. Because of the situation we got in 5 years ago when we said, or with the 5-year freeze, sorry, not 5 years ago. 5-year freeze, we went, we're good. But we didn't consider what we'd be 5 years from there, 10 years from there. If we don't plan ahead, how do we ever catch up? And while we're catching up, members are being stressed by that overwork.
So the chief has extolled a lot of the different pillars, I think he refers them as, to get people back from stress leave right now. So just from your experience, do you find that, is it effective in getting people back? Have we gotten more? You mentioned that there's more people on stress leave now than ever before, but is the inverse true as well? Are we getting more people back onto the streets, or unfortunately, or is the answer no?
Historically, I don't know that we were as good as we should have been. The OCPC has said that in their findings. I'd like to be able to respond a little better, but I haven't been privy to that document.
Neither have we.
So that hinders me on to say what were they doing before. Are they moving in a direction now? Yes. We have a back to work officer who is actually a member of my board, who calls members and sees if they can help them get back. We now reach out based on discipline. We reach out and see if there's anything from the wellness side that they can be helped with. Is there more we can do? 100%. Would I like us to be able to do more? Yes. But with that, it also comes down to, for every person we put in that unit to help us get more back, is one less that I put on the road to help us meet that number. Okay. And at some point, that's where we hope we'll get, where we're asking, okay, we don't need a large number of complement of road officers. We're looking for people to help manage the road. But right now, all our numbers need to be about trying to get officers on the road.
Great. Appreciate you coming in. Thank you for the insights. Thank you, Chair, for the questions.
So members of council, I'm going to give you some clarification, and I don't have notes, and I'm doing it from memory on the hiring freeze that has been mentioned. Durham Regional Police was under contract and provided the security to OPG for the nuclear plants. And what happened was OPG decided that they wanted to do their own security, and our officers that were in the plants came back to us. The complement for policing at that time, Councillor Chapman, correct me if I'm wrong, was 871 officers. Those officers in the plant came back, and through attrition, to get to the 871, the salaries were paid by OPG till we got back to the number of 871. Now, Mr. Thomas is correct that during that time, there was no new hires, but those officers that chose to come back, now OPG hired a number, but there was a time during that time that our number was greater than 871. But the failure was we didn't hire officers during those 5 years. So the myth that we didn't hire is not exactly true. because we did have officers back in the system whose salaries were being paid until we got to the 871 by OPG. Now, I'm doing that from memory, but my memory is very good. A little clouded today.
I'm not questioning your memory, and I'm, if I've said something wrong by saying a hiring freeze, I'm sorry. Because yes, you're right. We did bring people back, so that's why we weren't. But we weren't looking far enough ahead to say our numbers need to decrease on a yearly basis because our population is increasing on a yearly basis.
And I agree with you, so I'm going to go to the keeper of all police knowledge, Councillor Chapman.
So you are right that OPG paid that extra money, but the strength was 871, but we never increased that strength, is what the problem. We had X number of officers, if I remember, it's something like 42 or something like that, that were being paid by OPG. And as people retired, that did that. But we didn't add to the strength, so that 871, when the attrition happened and OPG stopped paying for them, we were still at 871.
Yes.
Instead of being at 950 or whatever it should have been at the time.
Yeah. So there are errors in the past, but I just wanted to provide some clarification that.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, and like you said, it's errors in the past, and we can't go back in time, and I'm not looking for that. But I am looking for us not to make the same errors again, and let's use that now to go, let's be assured that we never make that mistake again.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here, Andrew, and give my regards to your officers, and they do a fantastic job in keeping us safe. We live in relatively one of the safest communities around, although you alluded to the fact that you're understaffed. Thank you for clearing that up, Chair Henry. I thought there was an actual freeze, but we haven't kept up. That's the bottom line. That's what you're saying, and that accounts for all of us are accountable to the taxpayers, and we are asked why our tax is so high at the region, why the increase is so high. So we're playing catch up. Basically, that's what happens when you keep taxes low. As a matter of fact, I just got an email from a resident saying 0 tax increase. So when you get things like that, we know it's tough out there and it's hard, but people need that protection and the safety, and that's what you're doing. And so having said that, my question to you is, most of the complaints I get is speeding. And I'll speak with your officers to a man and they'll say, speed cameras. Now that we don't have that anymore, you think that there'll be a need for more officers. You don't have enough officers to do what the cameras would do.
We have a traffic enforcement unit. We have divisional traffic enforcement. We do have officers out there that is their only job is to enforce traffic. And as I said, this is a request of when we get more officers in, we can be more proactive. Part of being proactive is the ability to do that, to do the speed enforcement, to set up in the school zones and be able to do it during that time. There is no officers that do not want to be committing a job that will make the public safer. But if you're answering from call to call and you can never get out there, then it's hard to do the proactive on that.
I see. So these additional officers, that 117, I believe, will we see more officers on the street or because of that?
I think it's simple math, is it not? If we have more, you'll see more.
Okay. And I'll touch on the officers that are off on stress leave. Has that has escalated because of too much work, or is it the nature of the work has changed?
That's a topic that is something I really don't want to delve too far into because it's individual for officers out there. And for me to speak about what is the reason some of our officers off isn't fair to those officers that are off. But this job is trying. This job is, we don't get to go to your house when you're happy and you're celebrating something. We come when you're at your very lowest and at your very worst. And we see it all. We see the dead babies. We see the dead adults. We go when it's at your very worst. And for some people, no one knows what that triggering event is. I spent a long time in plainclothes units, had guns pointed at me, pointed guns at people. It's not a triggering event for me, but it can be for somebody else. For me, it's a baby. An incident involving a baby, I can put my daughter's face on that, as I'm sure anyone in this room can. And it is triggering for me. So there is no easy answer to what is that, because it's different for everyone.
Yeah, I understand that. I come from a workers' compensation background, so I know about the triggers, that everyone reacts differently to that. So one final question, Chair. Are we doing enough to get these officers back to work are we providing the support? Or you think there could be more support?
There could always be more support. And that was part of when I was stating it to Councillor Lee. We need a bigger health and wellness unit, but we also need more officers on the road. And we only have a finite amount of people that we can do this job with. So until we can fill the voids on the road, which is causing some of the stressors that are putting people off, we can't start to backfill the other area. So can we do more? Yes. Do we need to do more? Yes, we definitely do. But we can only do with what we have the ability to complete with right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the delegate, thank you, Andrew, for coming out this evening. I do appreciate all the good work that your officers do day in, day out to keep our community safe. Part of my questions, I'm looking for your insight from what you spoke to is, again, what we've been able to achieve here since 2018. So since I've been on council, we've had 7 years of progressive increases to the police budget. I think we've seen a 70 to 80% increase in the budget overall. I look at the 2025 and proposed 2026, 284 staff that between those 2 years that we're increasing. Is that not a good positive thing?
It is. It is a positive thing. We are moving in the right direction, but we have to keep moving in the right direction. We can't stop. It's a little unfair that you all are able to tell me the numbers that we've increased our manpower by. Tell me the numbers that we've increased this region by. Tell me how the population's gone up. Tell me how you're about to put a new subdivision in North Pickering and we don't have an Ajax police station. So we're doubling the size of it and we still only have a Pickering police station, no Ajax station. It's amazing that we have increased the numbers. I'm not taking away from that. But the numbers are growing in this region. I can't say it enough times. We're the fastest growing region in the country. That means if you want the same continued safety level, you have to increase the police level. We cannot do the same work with the same number and have the populations doubling. When I started with this department, Winfield Farms was a horse track. It is not a horse track now. It is one of the most populated areas in that area, like North Oshawa. And do you know who patrols it? Bowmanville. Because we don't have enough officers in Oshawa to patrol Oshawa. Because we don't have a North Oshawa station. Do you know what I drive by every day on the way to North Oshawa? A North Oshawa Fire Department station. Do I not? Well, you laugh, do I?
Well, I've been asking for it for so long that
Yeah, I'm not up here preaching to you that I'm not happy with what we've done. We have. You've done well, and I'm very happy with the direction we're going. I'm just saying we can't stop, because if we stop, we're going to regress. And we're trying to catch up from a lack of 5 years, whether it was hiring freeze or we didn't increase the strength. That's what we're trying to catch up with.
And I appreciate that. I've also been told by people from the police department and past chiefs that the buildings were less important because the officers are mostly in their cars when they're out different things. And that's why we haven't in, because again, a lot of the Whitby division supports North Oshawa. And I've sat in ride-alongs and we're driving from Whitby Shores to North Oshawa and North Oshawa down to downtown Whitby. So is it not more important, if we had to pick with limited resources, is it not important to have more officers than more buildings?
And that's a dual-edged sword, because if I have more officers, where do I put them? I can only put so many people in a building. Like, they're out of space in North Durham. There's not enough lockers for what we have, and we need more officers there.
No, and I appreciate that. So my next question. Talk about. Fair enough. Okay, so back to your delegation position. So you're speaking about the support. You had stated that you're more comfortable with the police services guideline than versus what's in the report, is what you said.
That's correct.
And we're also trying to manage, like, a third of the tax budget is just the police. So we're also trying to manage all the cost pressures there. So if we can't get all the way there, but if we can get closer to what that ask is that better than what's currently proposed?
I think that's a question that doesn't need an answer. Is it better to get closer, or is it better to go farther? It's always better to get closer.
Yeah.
But getting closer doesn't fix the problem. So that's my answer to that.
No, and fair enough. And I appreciate your perspective, because we're also trying to manage all the pieces.
And I get that.
And we've hired hundreds and hundreds and hundreds since I've been here. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Those are all my questions, Chair.
Just one final point to that. Again, it's safe to say, hired hundreds and hundreds. Give me the population increase. What is the population increase of Durham Region in those years that we've hired 100? It isn't going up by one or two people. It's full subdivisions. It's a 407 that now allows criminals from other jurisdictions to safely and quickly enter into Durham. Sorry.
Kerr. Thank you, Chair. And through you to Officer Tummins. I really appreciate your candor today and your answers. In a perfect world, we wouldn't have any officers injured or off on stress leave, but we don't live in a perfect world. And in Oshawa, we had an issue in the fire service where it was deemed to be understaffed, and we had a huge overtime budget, and we had officers who were firefighters who were off. So I guess my question to you is, how much of an impact would it have, besides financial, if we were able to increase the complement of officers on the road? How much of an impact would that have on the number of officers off on stress leave? And how many more officers could we put back on the road to help this needed increase in officers? How much could we ameliorate that by putting officers back on the road, or not seeing officers come off the road under stress leave because they're working more, shall I say, normal hours? I know that's a tough question to ballpark, but what are your thoughts on that?
It's a number that I couldn't even ballpark, but would it be helpful? 100%. Like, if I'm only working 48 hours instead of 70 hours, would that be helpful for life-home balance? 100%. And that's what we're striving to get to, is the ability to actually be able to come in, work your 4 days, and then go off for your 4 days. Yeah. And right now, we can't do that.
Yeah. Yeah, the numbers you quoted are quite staggering, and I can say from my background teaching in the School of Justice and helping to put officers out on the road, you have my support. I think it's a job that I don't think most people have any clue how difficult it is and how stressful it is, and I really appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Carter.
First of all, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Mr. Tummins, always a pleasure to be able to join you in a conversation. Just quick responses, if you don't mind, because I know that it's been a long day for many and it's going to continue to be a long day. My understanding is, Mr. Chair, just to let you know, 2015 estimated population of Durham Region that covers 2,500 square kilometers is about 660,000 people in 2015. And in 2025 estimate is 800,000. It's 140,000 population growth. So I just thought I'd leave that for the record. Mr. Tillmans, has the time on calls because of the complexities of crime, has that increased for your members? And does that play a role in regards to the amount of available cars and people in regards to the platoons themselves?
Yes, for sure. The time on call has increased greatly. Yeah. Councillor Chapman would be able to tell you that as well. Yeah. When I started, you could do a call, and if it required a little bit of paperwork, it was likely an hour. Those are now 3 hours.
Has the requirements by officers increased in regards to the amount of due diligence that is necessary in regards to laying a charge and holding individuals accountable when they do break the law? Has the complexity and the job expanded in regards to the requirement officers today versus even in 2015?
Yes.
Has the new regulations that have been brought forward under the new Police Act, has that added extra components in regards to training, supervision, personnel requirements in regards to leadership that needs to be in the division and on duty? Has that added to the complexities of what we're facing today?
Yes.
Okay. There's been a lot of questions about the stress related of the job itself. I'm going to presume that based upon your answers on some of my questions is the complexities of the calls you're getting is playing a significant role in regards to the impact on your members. Is that a fair assumption?
That's fair.
And one of the things you haven't talked about is the 4 on and 4 off. And that's in a perfect world. But Mr. Tillmans, is there a moment where your members, even on 4 on and 4 off, have to appear in court or deputations or hearings that they must attend through those 4 days off? Is there an obligation?
By law, you're obligated to go to court when you're served. And it's not only on your off day, Mr. Carter, it's between. So if I'm on a day shift, I'm going to work the next night.
Yes.
If I'm called to court on that, I'll go to court and then work that night.
Yeah. The only reason why I'm aware of it is I recall a story about someone coming off a night shift and then have to appear in court in the day, and that means it cut into the time that they were sleeping. Based upon the budget that has been presented by the Police Services Board, you believe that the job is never complete, but this is another step forward in regards to what you believe in the policing environment is necessary for Durham Regional Police. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Tillmans, I appreciate your service of your men and women, and I thank you very much for the time to answer the questions. I wish you the best of the day. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor Pietri.
Good afternoon, Chair. Just wanted to thank Mr. Tillmans for being here and making the presentation in support of the request that's being made by the Police Services Board. That's correct?
Correct.
Yesterday, you guys were at a mall, did a great job, very generous in helping kids shop with cops. And I think that's a testament to the kind of work that you do above and beyond. We were told, some of the stuff that goes on with the RIDE program, those are volunteer opportunities that, your members take away from their families in order to afford our community. You also mentioned in the presentation, as well as some of the remarks, that it would be beneficial in a place that's growing as quickly as the city of Oshawa to have a North Oshawa police station. That's not something that's a nice to have. That's a must in the kind of growth that we have. Is that correct? Is that the way you see it with your members?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So by supporting the budget coming forward and not the reported allocation, but the budget being requested by the Police Services Board, you see that opportunity to provide safety in our communities afforded by way of that request?
I do.
Okay. What does that mean then, expanding to other communities? Does that mean that you're able to free up resources in municipalities that currently are pressured by the growth that we're experiencing in North Oshawa?
Yes, it would. Like I said, Bowmanville does a portion of North Oshawa.
Yeah. Whitby, there's a portion of Whitby.
Whitby does as well. Whitby, actually, to the Winfield Farms statement I made, Whitby does Winfield Farms.
Okay. Just along the same lines through you, Mr. Chair, as Mayor Carter, and I know that other colleagues, Councillor Neal, Councillor Kerr, Councillor Nicholson, Councillor Chapman, this is at the City of Oshawa level, but I want to go beyond that, and I'm glad that you expanded, that it's not just about the City of Oshawa. This affords the entire region a better handle through your membership to provide safety because things are changing. You've got a changing landscape. You talked about gun violence. That's not something that's going to go away. That's a reality, is it? Is it something that...
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
So when we talk, I don't want to get into this because I know it's not a budget matter, but when we talk about bricks and mortar, we can't be operating out of vans and expect to be able to fight the kind of stuff we're fighting in a sophisticated way. So it can't just be about the previous, vision of deploying from a car.
No,
a lot of the
can't.
stuff is intelligence-based, is it not?
100%. And Toronto had a campaign that I'm sure all of you saw, and its words have never been, when seconds matter, if we're minutes away, there's an issue. And that's right now what's going on in some of these municipalities when Bowmanville is doing North Oshawa, when Whitby is doing North Oshawa, when the Pickering station is the station for Ajax. These are the issues.
I think it's important to recognize that through you, Chair, and I appreciate...
Can you just let me do mine? I'm not going to interrupt you when you're doing yours.
It's been a long time.
And I'm up here answering, and it's long for me too.
Sorry, excuse me. This is going to be a long day. Everybody will get their chance. Mr. Thomas is speaking right now, and he is the only one in the room that's speaking other than the member of council that's asking questions.
I'm confused. Is this a deputation that is?
This is the
has a
process,
time
ma'am.
limit, or
This is the process. This
the
is how it goes.
process? Okay.
Okay?
Chair, I'm going to make this easy. We don't really typically get presentations of this nature from organizations that are this forward with the need for our community. And I appreciate, through you, Chair, Mr. Tummins, and the association, being this honest with us. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see Andrew, and I'm glad to hear that the Police Association is doing more than just leaving it to the department to get people back to work and all that. So I want to focus on the stress levels. We all hear about it, and we all get complaints about it, and it's in the news when there's been a stabbing or when there's been a shooting or things like that. Just for context, when I started on the police department back in '79, we never wore vests. And then they became optional, and then they became mandatory. So I'm just wondering, and you probably don't have the exact statistics, but broad range, officers facing that never hit the news, they're not at a stabbing where a citizen's been stabbed or shot at. How much has it increased that officers are disrespected in the case that an officer showing up doesn't mean anything and weapons are drawn from the other side, whether it be a baseball bat? I know just before I left, there was a lot of edged weapons.
Yeah.
Just in your opinion, how is that affecting your officers?
Well, to your point, when I started, it was very rare to find a gun on the streets. If you found a gun, it was a big deal. It resonated throughout the region. We're taking a gun off almost every night. That is the increase in what has gone on out there. And we are on a encrypted radio service, so no one hears our calls but us. So unlike Toronto, where once they get a call, the press is on it, here they don't come. I'm part on a phone of major cases that go on a nightly or daily basis, and it's continuous. It just doesn't make the press.
And as you said, what officers are up against affects them differently. Each officer is their own individual person, and what they come up against, whether it be a knife or whatever kind of scene it is. I know in my first 15 years on the job, I never drew my weapon once. And in my last 15, I had it out a number of times just to hold up. So that, in your opinion, adds to their stress level? I mean, you can't pick somebody and say, I know in my day, the staff sergeant used to say, man up, suck it up. We can't do that.
No.
Right? And we
No.
shouldn't do that.
No, and we don't.
Right. And one of the things that you're advocating for from this budget that you see, because I understand you're working well with the department as the association should, right, is to increases to the unit that looks after the wellness, not only the wellness of bringing people back to work that have been affected by a trauma of some sort, but also to help them to avoid those traumas in the sense of mental preparedness and things like that. Would that be true?
That's true.
Great. Thanks for coming today, Andrew. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Thomas. The reason you saw my reaction is because what you were telling North Oshawa, I've been talking about in years, and here, in fact, Chief McAlpine, you remember him?
I do.
He said a police station should be here in 2003 in North Oshawa. So there you go. Anyways, what about fire police station together? Hamilton did one. Fire police station together.
Yeah, no, it's, Councillor Neal, you're getting a little off the topic.
Well, paralegal police station. What do you think about that?
That's not something I really want to delve in. If we can get a building to put more officers in, I'm good with it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Thomas, thank you for being here today and delivering a perspective, your perspective, and we appreciate the work that you and your team does collectively through the region. This is a question you may choose not to answer. In a judicial system that allows habitual criminals back out on the road who have carried on heinous crimes, and the Durham Regional Police is really good at putting media releases out that says, you know, this individual did this, he's been out broke his probation order 10 times, or he's been caught with a gun. A member of the public in this country cannot buy a handgun. You can't. Correct me if I'm wrong. You can't.
No, you're not wrong.
Yet people seem to have handguns.
We share a border with the largest per capita country in the world with firearms. On Thanksgiving Day, just this last Thanksgiving Day, private citizens bought enough handguns to outfit all of the U.S. military. It's going to come up here.
So do you not find it ironic that they are talking about overcrowding in jails, but not talking the number of people that have been released on mandatory supervision back into communities that should be in jail because they're not building jails? It's okay, I'm not going to make you answer that.
I have spoke on both the Maroney and the Greg Brady show in regards to this, and the PAO and the CPA are trying really hard to get that fixed.
And on that point, you have allies in this room.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Next is Belinda Gruber. Connected online. Mr. Clerk, could you navigate that for us, please?
Ms. Gruber, if you could press the request to speak button, it's in the bottom center of your screen. Looks like a little talking head. There we go.
Go ahead, please.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Belinda Gruber. I'm a resident of the Durham region, and I have resided here since 2012, and I have steadily given back to my community in a variety of ways. I come today to speak about the importance of formal and established and continued and increased funding to diversity and inclusion departments within our municipalities and region. This work is often thankless and unnoticed, especially by those who make funding decisions due to the lack of diversity within the council itself. The Durham Regional Council has 29 members, according to your site, and of this 29, 7 appear to be women and 5 appear to be visual minorities. I'm not sure how accurate this is, but I do encourage you to survey yourselves and report that disaggregated data out so that we can know as a community member what that representation can look like. We know this current representation at the table is not representative of the populations you serve. Ajax has the highest percentage of Black residents in Canada, and yet the representation still lacks. This lack of representation at the table that you sit at and all of the committee tables and decision-making structures necessitates that a diversity program exists to ensure that despite the lack of representation on the regional council, that all the people you serve are provided for. Race is one element of this, but so is disability, gender, age, and so many other factors that the region of Durham and municipality DEI programs actively work to engage and to ensure that are heard. Many people now openly share anti-DEI sentiments. This is both alarming, but unfortunately not new or surprising. My parents would silently suffer discrimination in this country, but I will not be silent. We exist and contribute to taxes and our communities. Why should my family pay equal taxes, but steadily and historically have less representation, less access, and more strife? The importance of DEI programs is not just a quote, nice to have, end quote. There are facts that back up the importance of DEI programs within municipalities and regions. A recent study by Christopher Harry Luke finds that, quote, municipalities with mature DEI frameworks experience measurable improvements in workforce innovation, service delivery, employee retention, and fiscal efficiencies. Qualitative analysis further revealed positive correlations between DEI adoption and economic indicators such as procurement, diversity, and productivity growth. The findings demonstrate that DEI programs are not merely symbolic or compliance-driven, but yield tangible socioeconomic value when embedded in municipal governance. This study offers actionable policy recommendations, and it does support that municipal leaders should be institutionalizing DEI initiatives within their programs. This study also states, quote, DEI is a foundational pillar of contemporary local governance in Canada rather than a peripheral concern. Canadian municipalities can cultivate governance that is inclusive, equitable, resilient, democratic, and economically vibrant, end quote. There's clear evidence about the economic and community benefits of DEI programs, yet many people, and councillors included, continue to speak against it. It is a fiscally responsible spend and yields efficiencies. There is financial and reputational risk and liability to not have these programs in existence. As you review budgets in a time that is tight for all and inflation is causing struggle for many, I stand before you to ask that you not remove the one piece of your work that represents me, my family, and so many families that you serve. Durham is only going to diversify more. Do not get caught behind. Be innovative, bold, and community-driven. We are also your constituents and deserve the same, not more, just equitable access and representation. If you seek to cut DEI programs, why should my taxes contribute to a place that does not consider me or my needs?
Okay, thank you. Questions? Mayor Collier?
Thank you so much for your delegation. I just wonder, can you give an example? I'm not aware of any projects that have been cut to do it with diversity and inclusion.
So I'm seeking actually to look at how do we increase funding for those kinds of programs and representation across the region in entirety. I know the community well-being projects that have been done within the region have included DEI pieces within it, which are so pivotal to making sure that that community well-being plan does embed those kinds of representations. But I was just kind of hoping that we would look at how do those pieces increase, and especially in a time when everyone's talking about cuts.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I was pretty sure that nothing had been cut, so you're looking to augment the budget and do more. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you for your delegation. We'll move on to D, J. Shack North Star in person. Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, councillors, and guests. My name is Jay Sahak. I'm the Executive Director of North Star, formerly Durham Family Court Clinic, and I'm honored to speak to you here today. For 45 years, North Star has been a lifeline for justice-involved youth and their families here in Durham region. For more than 4 decades, we've not just provided programs, we've provided hope. We've built resilience, reduced risk, and opened doors to higher education for young people. We are the only organization in Durham Region that assesses and treats young people who have sexually offended, a population often overlooked, yet critical to community safety. We are also the only organization in Durham Region that oversees the community support team and the intensive support and supervision program, two powerful alternatives to custody. These programs don't just change lives, they save them. They also save taxpayers money. For every single youth we divert from custody, we save this province $180,000. As of today, we have over 70 youth enrolled in our programs. We are proof that when you invest in prevention, you don't just reduce crime, you save money, while building communities where every young person has a chance to succeed. Our work is rooted in the belief that when young people thrive, communities thrive. And today I want to talk about how the Community Safety and Wellbeing Initiative has been absolutely essential for our work and how they continue to maintain a strong, safe, and united Durham. Continuing to fund this vital body should not be optional, it should be essential, more than ever before. Across Ontario, the mayors of our largest cities have raised the alarm on youth homelessness, calling it a growing crisis that threatens the stability and safety of our communities. This is not a distant problem, and as you heard today, it's here in Durham Region. When young people lose their footing, the ripple effects touch every part of our society: schools, families, the justice system, and healthcare. But youth homelessness doesn't just begin and end with housing. It is about vulnerability, risk, and the potential for lives to spiral into cycles of poverty and crime. And this is why the work of the CSWB Collective matters so deeply. The framework for this collective recognizes something fundamental. Safety and well-being alone cannot be achieved by enforcement. They require collaboration, prevention, and community engagement. They require us to address root causes: poverty, mental health challenges, housing instability, and systemic inequities. This collective has been the backbone of Durham's response to these challenges, not only through the upcoming situation table, but also by creating the space for collaboration that allows agencies like ourselves to do what we do best: support youth and families in meaningful, connected ways. Without this collective, many of the partnerships that make our work effective simply would not exist. I'm happy to share some examples of exactly how the collective and the network has supported our work. Through this network, we've been able to connect justice-involved youth with mentors to provide guidance, stability, and hope, relationships that have an immediate impact on their lives. We have partnered with Sunnybrook's Family Navigation Project to provide youth and families access to wraparound services and access to specialized resources that strengthen resilience and prevent breakdown. And we're starting to work hand in hand with the Child Youth Advocacy Center to address the rise in adolescent sexual offenses. None of these initiatives would have been possible without the CSWB Collective. They are the reason we can move beyond silos and work as one community. And I really want to stress this next point. This type of work simply does not happen anywhere else in Durham Region. Not funding this work would dismantle the very infrastructure that enables collaboration and system navigation for youth and families. Without this collective, agencies lose the ability to coordinate services, share resources, and respond proactively to complex issues like youth homelessness, mental health crisis, and justice involvement. The result would be fragmented supports, longer wait times, and increased risk of youth falling through the cracks. So today I'm asking you to keep this initiative strong, to continue funding the work that brings us together, to recognize that the CSWB Collective is not just a program, it is a lifeline for our youth, our families, and the future of Durham Region. On behalf of North Star, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Mayor Carter?
Again, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for your delegation. I just want to get it clear. Are you speaking in support of health, social services, policing, and the community safety and well-being plan? Is that your position?
Yes.
It is. Because all of those agencies have some type of an impact in regards to the work, especially with our youth. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That exhausts the questions. Thank you for being here. Next is Anthony Liu on business plans and budgets.
Connected online.
He's connected online.
Anthony, if you could please press your request to speak button, it should be in the bottom center of your screen.
Okay, go ahead, Anthony.
Thank you very much, and sorry that I'm not able to be on video. Good afternoon, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today as you reflect on the needs and opportunities facing our region and the alignment of budgets and resources with these priorities. My name is Anthony Liu. I'm here to underscore why continued investment in the community and equitable opportunities is not just moral imperative, it is a strategic necessity for our community's prosperity and resilience. Investing in the community and diversity initiative is not about benefiting a select few. It creates systems where everyone, regardless of ability or identity, can thrive. Inclusive communities foster innovation, economic growth, and social cohesion. When barriers are removed, participation increases, and the entire region benefits. Your support as council already has enabled significant progress because the community was prioritized. Here are some examples to be proud of. Durham Region Disability Employment Conference. This year, approximately 200 people attended the conference to learn about creating inclusive workspaces. People with disabilities who were looking for work connected with employers, and that event has never ever happened before. Personally being able to attend, I can say how transformative it was, and the connections were absolutely amazing. Number two, some accessible spaces and practices. There are now more accessible public spaces in the Durham region. The Invisible Disability Sunflower Program has been launched across all regional front counters. This is an absolutely amazing initiative allowing people with disabilities to just move freely in the community without having to explain their needs to somebody and be able to get the support that they need. Some recognitions and awards. Durham Region was named Accessible Employer of the Year for its leadership in project research. An internship program for youth with developmental disabilities. This has happened because the DEI division understood the priorities of the region and took a bold step to invest in building an inclusive community. Community vitality. Youth programs have kept young people engaged and off the streets. Neighborhood groups have empowered residents to lead local solutions, and cultural and equity-based initiatives have helped people feel truly like they belong. What happens without continued investment in the community? Capacity building will diminish. The region provides training for local councils and staff on different areas such as inclusive practices. Without this support, local and municipals and nonprofits will struggle to maintain standards of equity and accessibility. Service providers will also be affected. Many community organizations depend on regional partnerships to deliver targeted programming. Reduced funding jeopardizes these programs, limiting their availability and the ability to serve vulnerable populations. The most disadvantaged community members, those already facing systemic barriers, will bear the brunt, deepening inequities across our region. Grassroots initiatives will lose critical funding streams. Residents will also benefit from fewer programs eroding trust and engagement. The region really risks sending a message that the community programming and inclusion are negotiable, undermining its reputation as a leader in inclusion. Why community investment in the community matters. Regional Council is not just a governing body, it is a steward of trust and community well-being. By approving budgets and policies, Council sets the tone for how the region values its residents. The new Durham Region 2025 strategic plan approved by this Council acts as a compass to advance your work to achieve the future you want to create. These responsibilities are not optional. They are foundational to building a community where everyone belongs. Let this budget be an investment in the community, signaling that Durham values opportunities for all. It strengthens trust between the region and its residents, attracts talent, and positions Durham as a leader. Every dollar spent is a commitment to a community where no one is left behind. I'm asking you to keep that commitment strong to the 2025 budget. Let's continue to invest in the people and neighborhoods that make this region vibrant and resilient. Thank you for your time and for your leadership in building a community where everyone can thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members of council, questions? Councillor Wu?
Yeah, through the chair, and Anthony, thank you for coming forward. And unfortunately, I can't see you, but were you at one time known as the Durham Boy?
Anthony, did you hear the question?
Yes, I did, sorry. I apologize again that I'm not able to be on camera, but yes, I am definitely still a Durham boy. I actually live right across the street, so matters like this are super important to me because Durham is home.
No, that's good to hear, and I really, really appreciate you stepping forward and speaking today and speaking about the ongoing funding. As you had mentioned, makes our community vibrant and inclusive.
Absolutely does.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
I've
I'll
had
leave
the
it at that.
opportunity
Thank you,
to
Anthony.
share a couple things, so no problem.
That exhausts the questions. Thank you very much. Our next delegation is Nico Papalia, here in person. Oh. I'll do it again, second time. Nico. Third and final time, Nico. Mr. Clerk, please note that he's not here. Next is Doug Glass, Doug Glass, Ajax resident. Mr. Glass, please come down. Members of council, Mr. Glass has two delegations. After that, we will be breaking for 1 hour.
The water on my bike gets spilled, so I don't think Welcome back, Chair, members of council, staff, and thank you, Nancy, for your service. I'm here as a resident who supports having a well-resourced professional police force. Let me make that very, very clear. My issue isn't with our officers. I think they're tremendous, and what I'm concerned about is the growing mismatch between spending, community outcomes, and the cost to the taxpayers. Budgets are supposed to fund outcomes, and if some key measures are not improving, then it's this council's responsibility to insist on improvements before approving spend. That is shared accountability. On page 10 is a set of 14 key targets for 2026. I'd like to briefly speak to the first two outcome targets. Median response time. This is a metric that tells us how quickly police respond to emergency calls on average. The standard is 7.5 minutes, but in recent years it hasn't been achieved. 8.7 minutes in 2023, 9.5 minutes in 2024, and trending the same in 2025. Similarly, the community safety satisfaction rating of 80% standard, which was 75% in 2019, now sits at a much lower 61% in 2024. Mr. Tummins, the police union representative, spoke earlier about population, and Mayor Carter spoke to it. 660 to 800,000 is a 21% increase. Our officers during the same time frame went from 870 to 1,400 this year. That's a 60% increase, 3 times the amount. Given this, I'd like to ask this question to this council. Our police force has been given significant resources since 2023, but measures like response time still fall short. How will you hold them accountable to their targets in 2026 and beyond? It's a fair question because I don't believe it's been happening like it should. This is your opportunity to demand more from the police board before any new money is approved. I'd like to shift to spending growth. Property tax budget for policing changed as follows. $248 million in 2023, and on page 12, $352 million in 2026. That's a $104 million increase in 3 years, or 42%. I'm speaking to the police numbers, board numbers. Inflation or past investments does not justify this. So how do we speak to volumes and crime measure against this? Calls for service, roughly 98,000 up to November 2024, a year ago. Roughly 95,000 up to the same point this year, November 2025. A 3% decrease year over year, or roughly, hear this, 285 calls a day, serving a region of almost 800,000 residents and over 1,100 officers right now. My point is workloads are not excessive, and emergency calls, that the ones driving the response time, they're roughly 24 a day, right? All I can think of, 9.5 minutes is not good enough. Moving to crime, 20,183 total crimes up to the end of November 2024. This is right from the police state. 19,980 total crimes to the end of November 2025, a 1% decrease. We all care about safety, and yes, violent crime is up 2% year over year. But when you break it down, you look at it, violent crime categories, most of them are down. Assaults, robbery, sexual assaults. Criminal harassment and threats are driving higher violent crime. And we know that those complaints coming in are largely because of our growing homelessness. I give credit to our officers, but our crime severity index is the second lowest in the GTA. So to summarize, budgets are up 42%. Call volumes in crime are trending down. They will go up. I recognize that. And response times are below standard and trending worse, as well as some other key targets. The governance and accountability of this council has allowed police budgets to rise largely unchecked the past 3 years with little linkage to outcomes or resident affordability, right? Layering a growing police levy on top of taxpayers when non-tax revenue is slowing is not sustainable. Fixing past legacy issues is important and looks to be complete, as the police board chair said earlier this year. Transformative leadership is now about delivering better outcomes and fiscal discipline that respects the taxpayer. As such, please do not approve this 12.4% increase. A compromise to lower, more responsible, tax-friendly numbers must be found. I thank you, and if permitted, I'll go on to transit now.
Actually, no. What we'll do is we'll ask questions to this delegation, and then we'll do the next.
Okay.
First, Mayor Collier, questions?
Actually, Chair, I don't have a question. I'm going to have the chief come down and speak to the delegation and some of the statements made, because there's some other things that need to be said to some of these, but he's obviously we're not going to have him sit here for several hours. So when it gets to budget time, I'll have him come down and speak to Mr. Glass's delegation points. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Chapman?
You quoted just under 100,000 calls for service. Do you know how many of those require 2 officers to attend?
No, I don't.
Do you know how many of those ended up in an arrest?
No, I don't. I don't have those numbers.
So you wouldn't know how many were arrested and how long it takes for the complexity to get things ready for court?
Will you give me a time to answer each of your questions?
Sure, I thought you said no.
No, but I was ready to say something.
Okay.
What was the first question again?
Sorry, I thought you just said no.
No, I'd
Go
like
ahead,
to answer your questions. Please ask me the first question.
How many of those calls were 2 officer calls?
I do not know that, because that information is not publicly available. I'd love to get that information.
Okay, that's fine. And that's something the chief may want to do. So you don't know how many calls were ended in an arrest either?
No, because
And you'd like to get that information?
Right.
Right.
Well, actually, I could speak to that. If we think about 100,000 calls and we have 20,000 crimes roughly, that's 1 in 5. So 1 in 5 are actually resulting in a crime, which is an arrest, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay, but how's that? 20% roughly.
Because there would be, also could be arrests under other statutes that wouldn't count as crimes.
Yep.
Right, provincial statutes and stuff, right? But it still takes officers off the roads, right?
Yes.
And calls for service that might not end in an arrest, but might end in an officer looking for a missing person, which might have 5 or 7 officers looking for a young child. And that would only show up as 1 call for service.
Yeah, I totally appreciate that.
Okay, I thought.
But those same types of numbers appeared in the past too. Like, it's not just happening
sorry?
right now. So the same sort of situation in 2000
Yes,
would have happened then as it is now. So
No, not necessarily, because the complexity of what the courts require and the complexity of looking for a lost child have increased since then. So, thank you.
Right.
Okay. So I'll go to Councillor Yamada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the delegate. It seems that you're against a 12.4% increase. What do you think is a more reasonable number?
I'm not an accountant or a financial whiz or anything like that. I recognize that we have responsibilities to give increases to our members, to support certain programs and so on. But I do know also that there are a significant number of new police officers being added. And I think that opportunities, given the scale of the property tax impact, not only to taxpayers this year, but for the last 3 years, I think that Durham Police should be scaling the number of those hires back. And I don't know what that looks like, if it goes from 12.5 to 7.5, but I think that a compromise needs to be found with respect to some of those things.
So then, understanding the situation we're in today from a development perspective, and housing has slowed, so not the subdivisions aren't going up as fast as they normally would have. That said, when the market does come back and developers are still going forward with applications and so on and so forth, they're just not pulling the permits to build, those people are going to start moving in. There's going to be greater need. And do you feel that we would be in a position to be able to deliver the services at that point? And it could be next year when we start seeing that return to a more a return to more homes being built, and those homes will be built quick.
Yeah, I think this is where Councillor Lee was getting at, right? When is it enough? When I think we'd like to see some of that plan outwards. From the housing development, 2021, we set the plan 2051, 30-year. We're 4 years into it, up to 2024. We don't have final numbers, obviously, for 2025. We're on a 60% pace, but we're on 100 and something pace in terms of our spend. And that's not just in Durham Police, that's across the board. There comes a point where we can't fund it anymore, and if the pace of other revenues is not clearly doing its part, then the pace of the taxpayers having to fund those gaps has to slow down as well. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the pace to slow down for the taxpayer, because the other side of it isn't coming through, and we can't be the backstop continuous.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. No, okay, Mr. Glass, we're going to go on to your comments related to the transit budget.
Okay, give me 1 sec, sir. All right, thank you again, Chair and members of council. As I said with policing, I'm not here to attack transit. I thought the presentation earlier by the can't remember your position, was very good. I support transit, our community needs it, but support requires accountability, especially after what we've seen the past term. Over the last 4 budget cycles, from 2023 to 2026, funding went way up, but our most important service results have not. Operating growth, to put it plainly, in 2023, transit property tax funded budgets were 81 million on the operating side, and now in 2026 on page 10, 125 million. That's a 55% increase in just 3 years, far beyond inflation. On the staffing side, in 2023, staffing costs were roughly 60 million, about 30% of the budget. Now in 2026, staffing costs are 93 million and nearly 38% of the budget, for a dollar growth of 56% in increased labor costs. On the capital side, spending shows the same problem. 88 million in 2023, a 288% increase in 2024 to 342 million. 117 million in 2025, and almost 1.3 billion over the next 10 years between 2026 and 2035, as per page 12. This is generational spending, and it demands generational results. But 3 years in, the residents aren't seeing it. So how are we paying for this? On page 1 of the 2026 budget, fare revenue only covers 18%, and property taxes cover 51%, which is way up from 41% in 2023. Other GTA transit systems recover 30 to 40% from fares. Here in Durham, it's 18%, and taxpayers pay the rest at 51%. We're not funding transit through ridership growth, we're funding it through homeowners. In terms of service performance, as I said earlier, residents don't feel the return on these investments. From last week's December 3rd General Manager's year-to-date report on page 2, ridership is down 4% year over year, 8% below target. On-time performance target was lowered from 80 to 70%, but the actual is only 72%. And nearly 30% of on-demand requests go unaccommodated, are seniors and those at risk. That means 1 in 3 on-demand riders can't be served. More money, more staff, more capital, yet ridership is down and service remains low. You may think this is a performance problem. I see it as a governance and accountability problem. Let's talk about unstable revenue and rising debt, because this is happening all across the budgets. Development charge revenues in the transit side tell a story. 23 million forecast in 2023, cut to 3.5 million in 2024, up to 9.8 million in 2025, and back down to 3.6 million in 2026 as per page 12. And debt pressures are even worse. In 2023, the 10-year debt outlook was 127 million. That's the year you passed the transit plan. In 2026 now, as per page 12, the 10-year debt outlook is 426 million, a 235% increase in debt in 3 years since the plan was approved. It's not sustainable, and it does not protect future taxpayers. My ask today, until non-tax revenue grows, the 14% increase must be reduced. Before any further major expansion, tie funding to actual ridership growth and fare recovery growth. The projections you're making have been wrong. Require quarterly performance reporting to council, like the police, not yearly updates. You have to look at this. Look at those debt levels. You have to look at this often. And one final request to every councillor in the room. Every year, budget amendments are proposed to reduce increases. Many of you, thankfully, vote for them. But when they fail, you then vote to pass the original number anyway. If you truly believe that taxpayers need relief, vote that way twice, not once. Don't do the politically popular thing. This year, more than any, requires courage over habit. Residents need leaders they voted for, not automatic approvals. Between police and transit alone, you control about 44% of the property tax bill. Residents like me have already paid so much. Give us one reasonable tax increase this term. One, please, one. We cannot remain your automatic backstop. Accountability starts with this council today. We don't need auditors like was discussed yesterday. We need a council that holds the line on spending, not finding the spending problems that you've approved.
Mr.
Stop
Glass,
the spending now.
You're out of time. Okay.
Thank you.
Questions? Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Glass, for your presentation. See, police are not the only ones that are getting beaten up today. I just wanted to say that in 2022, I believe that this council approved a 10-year plan to fund transit over the 10 years, and it was a 2% increase. If I believe it was 2% on every year, if I'm not mistaken, right? And I was wondering if General Manager Holmes could tell me how often we have actually received that.
Go ahead, please.
Through the chair, the annual increases as part of the 10-year strategy have not been at 2%. They've been below that each of the first 3 years and into the fourth year.
So I'm not going to argue that, you know, anything that you said, everything you said is correct. We went from transit in 2020 that literally had no ridership at all, and have been steadily trying to build the ridership up. Unfortunately, that takes time and it takes money and investment to do that, to keep service hours up. We don't service all residents. That is a fact. And as you stated, seniors, especially in our Ajax area, have had some service that has been taken away that, you know, will be looked at again in the next 5 years. However, where we do service, we service well. On our 900 route, the most popular, we continue to.
Questions, please.
I have no question. I'm just going to say, I was just going to keep talking until someone shut me up. I guess I have 3 more minutes. I could find a question, but I really don't have a question. I'm just trying to answer
I get you.
some. Yeah.
And,
Were you aware that
Yeah. Let me say,
I'm done.
if you look, like here's the dashboard. I look at these things, and there are a lot of very positives. So,
Yeah.
as I said, I didn't say all metrics, some.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
key metrics.
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah,
I really had no
sorry,
question. I was just going to keep
It's going to be a
talking.
very long day. I appreciate the energy. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Mr. Glass. I appreciate you being here today. I wonder, just for the purpose of advancing my questions to you, if you could kindly repeat what your numbers were, or the numbers were that you stated about the percentage of revenue from DRT attained from ridership as opposed to a different municipality, let's say the TTC, for instance.
Yeah, this wasn't TTC. This was Brampton, Mississauga. It was between 30
Whatever
and
they're
40%.
compared, 30 and 40%. So let's split the difference and say 35. And let's, so what I want to know is, do you have a number, if DRT raised its revenue percentage to 35%, do you have an idea what that would do to the fares, the price of the fare on a DRT service?
No, I know where you're going. We've already raised the fares this year to $5, and we're amongst one of the largest in the thing. What I'm saying is, if we have very aggressive ridership demands and such, we need to basically get those ridership. Now, I know we don't have the fleet
So that
and all of those
actually
kinds
wasn't my question. So my question was actually going to be, what do you suppose an increase of basically double, because that's what it would be, 18 to 35, roughly double. What do you suppose a doubling of the fare would do to the ridership levels?
Oh, it would obviously hurt it. But again, we need to drive more riders, and I understand to do that. I go on some of the buses from time to time. I drive, but I have been using the bus because we went from two to one car, and the kids using it or the wife's using it, so I'll use the Durham Transit. It's great service. I love it. But there's a lot of buses that are not full, and some of those routes may be questionable. Now, cutting routes is never popular, but we have to generate more fare revenue somehow. And we just can't keep throwing more buses and more buses and more buses. There are clearly, like Kingston Road corridor, it's packed. Those buses are like totally active and such. So it's a challenge, but all I'm saying is we're funding the bill, taxpayers, 50% of it, and 18% isn't good enough. I don't know how you drive that, but you have to drive that somehow, because if you don't have a plan to drive that clearly and the number is not changing, then what are we here for? Let's give it to everybody for free.
So I guess to get back to my question was to understand the impact that a doubling
That's
of
just a minute.
to understand the impact of what a doubling of the fare would do, would you be shooting yourself in the foot in terms of you wouldn't see an increase of ridership and you wouldn't get the revenue anyway? So I guess it's a conundrum. I just wanted to put that out there for you to consider, and thank you for being here today.
Again, my point in the presentation, both of them, were outcomes. So if the outcomes are not being achieved, if we're not driving an outcome of a higher fare recovery, then what are we doing here?
Okay. Mayor Carter.
Yeah, I think, first of all, Mr. Glass, good to see you, and I appreciate your passion that you bring every time you do your presentation. I was on the same line. I was trying to think about, you used a word, fare recovery, and I was trying to figure out how that would work. I would imagine it's got to be both, right? Fare recovery and service decrease in regards to looking at increasing maybe the popular words, decreasing the rest of it, and hopefully increasing fare revenue to be able to offset it. Is that a fair assumption?
Again, I'm not a transit expert.
No, but
I look at the
your
numbers and I
vision.
understand the challenges every one of you are faced with, right?
Yeah.
You have to invest in it to try and drive the other. But I don't see, what is the fare recovery expectation percentage in 5 years?
Right.
Well, can somebody answer that? Like,
I'm
Is
not
it
the
still going to
expert
be
in that.
50% funded 5 years from now from a taxpayer perspective? Because if that fair recovery of 18% right now isn't getting closer to our peers, then throwing more buses and everything else at it and warehouse, places to store that is not solving a problem.
So fair recovery has to be part of the equation.
Totally. And it's not within the key metrics.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I appreciate it. Thank
It
you.
should be in the key metrics.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Gerard.
Chair, Mr. Glass, you threw out a long list of numbers, and one of the ones I was just checking, and I'm going to look to GM Homes on this one. Our revenue to cost ratio is about 36% in 2024, and the total fair revenue was about $30 million, inclusive of UPass. So I just wanted to run that past GM Homes to see if these numbers are correct or some of the ones that Mr. Glass proposed.
Through the chair, those numbers are accurate that you provided.
Okay, appreciate that.
Can I just comment on that?
No,
Where
I think I
where
got the
it
answer
from
I was
is right
looking
here.
for from Mr. Holmes, so thank you.
17.8% fair recovery.
Okay. Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for entertaining my questions. I have a quick question for the delegate and then probably one for staff. Just in terms of moving residents around Durham Region, what's our recovery rate per kilometer of road per resident? How much do we get back every time someone drives their car?
I think that would be a
That's
better
a-
question
that's
for
a
someone
staff
else.
question.
I'm not really a
All I'm
staff
saying
member.
is we need to fund transit.
I'm doing quite a bit here, but I'm not doing that much.
Fair enough.
But in fairness, is that a question that your team can answer, Mr. Holmes?
To Ramesh? Through you, Mr. Chair?
Or through Mish?
Roads are not, they're more about goods movement, economic development, mobility. Like I've not seen any research that tries to see, same as transit.
Okay. Councillor McDougall?
So through you, Mr. Chair, transit in terms of moving people around is not economic development? To you, Mr. Holmes? Well, I mean, just Ramesh's answer was that roads are about economic development. Is transit about economic development? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Holmes?
Through the chair, yes, it is. And as mentioned, many workers across the region rely on transit, and transit has a huge impact on the economic development of the region overall.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Glass, that is all the questions. Thank you for being here. Members of council.
Good luck today, guys.
It is 1:16. I said we would break at noon. I'm going to ask for a motion to recess to 2:20. Moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor Kerr. On recessing to 2:20, all those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. For members of for people in the audience, there is a snack bar at the end of the hallway. Good afternoon, members of council and staff and members of the public. I will call this committee of the whole meeting back to order. Mr. Clerk, could you do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, we have quorum. Mr. Clerk, it's my understanding that we have Mr. Liam Venner in the audience who had submitted, and for some reason we didn't get it. He'd like to speak today. So I would propose that we do a motion to waive the rules to add him to the list, and it would be in item U. Could I get a mover? Moved by Councillor Yamada, seconded by Mayor Roy, on suspending the rules to add Mr. Liam Venner to the delegation requests. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none. Members of council, it's my goal to get through the rest of the delegations, to move all of the correspondence, and then at that point, we will not finish this budget today. I'm going to suggest that at that point, when we're done that, we recess and return here tomorrow morning to finish the budget. Okay, I'm not seeing any comments, so at the appropriate time, I will come to members of council. Mr. Clerk, we're going to carry on. The last in the list of delegations was Mr. Glass. Next is Mr. Terry Raker. Record? Okay.
She was here. She should be.
Just give us a minute, members of council. Do we know who she is? Okay. Good afternoon, and you have 5 minutes.
Let me get my glasses on. Sorry. Okay, so good afternoon now. I was thinking it was going to be in the morning, but anyways, good afternoon, Chair and committee members. So I'm very concerned as a citizen of Clarington. I'm also with the Action for Canada. I'm a provincial leader for Ontario, represent a lot of chapter leaders that help the citizens to find out what's going on in their communities, that sort of thing, and try to bring some change. Anyways, I was very concerned with the budget. Wages are not going up at all, and yet you guys want to inflict this painful increase, which is ridiculous. Like, it's just too much. So 6.4. But here's what I did. I was doing my homework, and I went to your own government website, well, all of us, our Government of Canada website, as I'm holding up, so you know I can see it, and you can see it. And it clearly states on there, starting in 2026 to 2027, the Government of Canada will also provide local governments with the predictable and ongoing transit funding. This will create affordable community options. Now think about that. Each one of you, okay? That the government has said ongoing transit. And of that 20 ongoing transit, electrical vehicles, 20 for Clarington. They're not cheap. They're very expensive. And the government rolls this out, okay, under the conspiracy theory that everybody thinks it is, but it's not, because if you do the homework and you go on to the C40s, cities, you will see yourself that it states on there, okay, and it also states it actually on here on the government website, that Canada played an active role in the collaboration and discussion that led to the adoption of the new urban agenda at the UN's Habitat 3 Summit in Ecuador. Governments around the world, including Canada's, strengthened their commitment to make meaningful contribution to sustainable development of towns, cities, and human settlements for the next 20 years. Again, under the guise of climate change. So the UN and the WEF's forum agenda is to coerce all of you guys, and you're just their little puppets, okay, that are taking it and passing it down through your committees to the people, because the government is partially funding it, but they also want you to be the dirty workers that collected from us, the citizens. And I'm one of them. And I'm totally against this. I have a beautiful home in Clarington, but the costs are just rising, and we're taxed to death already. So, but under the guise of this sustainable development, you're putting in, for instance, a big, huge 192-bed Muslim home, a welfare home, on Trolls and Highway 2, right around where I live. Do you know how bad that looks? Whoever approved that was disgusting.
That is not one of our projects.
Okay, I don't care whose project it is, but I'm bringing it to your attention. That is an eyesore for us to look at, a Muslim welfare home, when we've got homeless people on the street.
Members of council?
Okay, so I'm just saying, I'm very frustrated as a homeowner that the people living behind there, all those detached homes now lose value because of that eyesore.
So, you know, the decorum that is necessary in this chamber is to continue.
I am.
And you're on the edge, so I'm giving you a warning.
That's fine. I'll continue then. So what I want to say, because nobody listens anyways, because I've done this speech numerous times here, and you guys are all just closed, but I want to make sure. Wonder why? Excuse me?
No,
Yeah, wonder why.
Sorry, members of, hold it.
You called me a racist? Okay, that's okay. It's on public record. It's on public record.
So you have to finish your delegation.
I am going to finish it. But you guys don't like it when we speak out in the community if it's not something that you support. Okay, so as long as you guys are making your money and collecting your money, okay, us people suffer. So under the Paris Climate Agreement, okay, the justification for these 15-minute cities that you want to throw us all into, with all these high-density buildings going up all over, and all these road townhouses.
That is not us.
Who is it?
We're not promoting 15-minute cities here in the
Okay,
region.
whether they're 15-minute cities or whatever you want to call them, I'm talking about the high density going on all around this whole community. They want to bring 29,500 people into Curtis. That's what they want to do. Where are they going to put them? We don't have the infrastructure for that whatsoever. You need to put a moratorium on immigration is what has to happen.
And there again, that is not what this level of government does.
Well, they say it starts at the bottom here, so I'm presuming that it doesn't, eh? Okay.
And your time is up.
Okay, I'd like to just add 1 more minute if I can, please, just to get through what I have to say.
Your time is up. Thank you.
So what I'm also saying, though,
Excuse
is
me.
the
Excuse me. Excuse me, Mr. Clerk, cut her off. The ruling from the chair is your time is up. I thank you for being here. Thank you. Okay. Sorry. Hey, members of council. It's been a good day so far today. And you know what? I appreciate the decorum that takes place. It is my job to stop delegations when they speak out of turn. I think I do not a bad job. And I'm going to continue to move on in the effort of getting as much done as we can so we're prepared to deal with the budget maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Next on the list is James James Bucho Giannis, and he is not here? Okay. Keith Turney, Ajax resident. Come on down, Keith.
Is this back on? Yes, it is. My name is Keith Turney. I'm 75 and I continue to thrive. I live in Ajax for the last 25 years. Sit on the Ajax Homelessness Task Force, the Social Service Action of Ontario, and hike along Duffins Creek every morning and every evening, making sure that anyone who's unsheltered gets sheltered properly, and hand out warmies. And I'm here to support everything that Stella stated earlier, plus. I first met my first homeless person along Duffins Creek, and he had gone into the Purple Woods in Oshawa to die, but being a biologist, he thrived, started to help other people, moved to Ajax. He used to do CRISPR work, pulling DNA apart and in fetuses so they didn't get cancer and die at the age of 2.5. And he'd gone into the woods, and he's still an unsheltered person. I've met a lawyer who's done a book, and he's going to start practicing in Ajax again. I've met 3 nurses, one of them a 23-year emergency room nurse. Brain science is working with homeless folks. I've been teaching them things like bilateral, just taking a phone like this, and you go across the midline, back like this, and you do that for 20 seconds to 2 minutes, depending on the individual, and it drops your anxiety, drops your fear, drops your jonesing for something stronger. The almost everyone on the street has trauma. The people that I've talked to, and what they want is, please do it with them, not to them. Everyone, do it with them, not to them. The drug scene, the whole opioids, they would love to see it off the street completely. And I've been discussing with the 2 officers up above here, and I know where the drugs are coming from, so I'll let the police know for sure. And I'm getting that information consistently from the street in downtown Ajax. They want more shelter space, and they want tiny homes. The concept of being able to go into your own space and get sleep. And every mom in this room knows what it's like to not have sleep after you've had your babe or babies, and your brain changes forever. And that's no different. The brain changes forever as well for people that are on the street that aren't getting proper sleep. Or they fall asleep, wake up and their toes are frozen. By the way, they get their amputations at the Ajax Pickering Hospital, and then they go back to the street. Not OT, physiotherapy, orthotics. They go back to the street. They also see that the system's broken. And it's not that it's broken, it's apart from itself. Everything's in silos, which is based on military. Everything goes into silos in the military. Streams. I belong to the artillery. I was in the hence I wear hearing aids. So, we'd get fire orders coming down, but you had to have a core of signals to bring in the fire orders. And then you had, all this kind of meshing together. And eventually, you start to bring it all together, and the only person who has systemic thinking is the general. And everybody else is just the stream of orders come down and you carry them out. That sort of thing. This room is no different than that. You have streams or pillars of money that flow down or flowing up, depending on which way you want to look at it. it's not working when it comes to homeless people. And you've got some real champions in this community. Maurice Brenner, you've got Margaret Eskins for DARS and the awesome work that she's doing over there in Pickering. And I went over to her shelter a couple of nights ago just to connect, did not even mean, but I met her.
Keith, you're out of time.
I'm out of time?
Yes.
Okay, the rest of the champions, Tracy Gregg, Margaret Eskins, Jim Cressos, who's the new CEO of Community Care Durham, Stephanie Bowie, Caitlin Ray, Stella, and tap into the Canadian Institute of Health Information. It's awesome in terms of information and bringing things together.
Thank you. Questions? Mayor Roy.
Thank you very much. And just overall, Keith, and thank you for the commitment that you're doing within the community. With respects to our budget as a whole, where do you see commitment and improvement that we should be looking at for this 2026 budget for the region of Durham?
I would suggest reading Paul Bourne's book.
I read it.
Okay, and then bring it together at the top. Having been 50 years on boards, not-for-profit boards, and board president, we always tried to bring other board presidents in together in meetings because they can then tell their executive directors or CEOs what to do and get that together as a full community of service, health and social services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you.
Members of council, I need a motion to alter the agenda to bring Ben Earl, president of Feed the Need, forward at this time. Moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Mayor Roy. On altering the agenda to bring item S forward, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, come on down, Ben.
Thank you, Chair Henry and members of council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you again. I don't normally read from notes, but I felt it necessary to prepare today. So I'm going to read a bit from notes and hopefully get through what I want to share. I am here to speak in support of Durham's community and social services sector and the need for ongoing investment in these vital and foundational programs. I come to you today both as a lifelong resident of Durham Region and as someone who has spent 20 years working in the community services sector, most recently, as you know, as the president and CEO of Feed the Need in Durham. Over this time, I have worked alongside members of this council, regional staff, and community partners to address some of the toughest social and economic challenges we faced. It is with this experience that I speak to you today. Durham, like communities across Ontario, is in the midst of a poly crisis, a lack of affordable housing, unprecedented food insecurity, and deeply connected yet singular crises of homelessness, addiction, and mental health. All of this compounded by growing climate concerns and geopolitical shifts over which we have little control, but locally bear many of the impacts. These crises not only have obvious and deeply concerning impacts on individuals, families, and our community, but they strain the very systems meant to support people at their most vulnerable. Community service organizations, which form the core of Durham's social infrastructure, are being asked to do more than ever with fewer and fewer resources. Last year, the Ontario Not-for-Profit Network State of the Sector survey made this painfully clear. 94% of community organizations in Durham have seen an increase in demand over the past few years. 35% of them, though, have said they are unable to meet that demand. And 71% reported that their revenues were stagnant or declining. Among all of this, the most troubling finding was that 1 in 10 organizations in Durham believe that they may be forced to close their doors at some point within the next 3 years. If even a portion of those closures occur, the consequences for our community and the vulnerable residents in particular will be profound. At Feed the Need in Durham, we see these dynamics unfolding in real time. 1 in 4 households in Durham is now experiencing some level of food insecurity, and a few short years ago, that number would have been unimaginable. Today, it is an operating reality. We are not only experiencing broader demand, but far deeper, more chronic need. This has resulted in a 333% increase in food bank visits in our community over the last 5 years. We are no longer responding to short-term emergencies. We are facing systemic, long-term crises that demand systemic, long-term solutions. And yet, even amidst these realities, I believe strongly that crises can also be a pathway to innovation. We must recognize that periods of disruption can create conditions for both new partnership and transformative change. In our recent experience, the Region of Durham Social Service Department has embraced this spirit. On top of the core work in childcare, housing, long-term care, and income security, social services has created opportunities for engagement and connection within our community services sectors. Through the Thriving Communities Fund and Sustainable Food Security Fund, the region has supported innovative capacity building projects that strengthen our sector's ability to respond to these complex challenges. At Feed the Need, these investments have supported the creation of our Feed Durham project, combining vertical farming with regenerative agricultural partnerships to produce healthy local food for residents experiencing food insecurity. I just want, on a slight note, that story of the farm was featured this past week on Metro Morning as a launch of the Sounds of the Season campaign with food banks, and we're very proud of that. Through the poverty response strategy, the region has demonstrated leadership in identifying true levers for reducing poverty and laying the foundation for a collective community response. And I am proud that I will be co-chairing the next phase of this work and look forward to continuing to collaborate with staff and members of council to build local sustainable solutions. Over 20 years of my career in Durham, we have faced many emerging challenges together, from working to make our community more supportive and engaged in settlement of newcomers to groundbreaking research on the experience of poverty in Durham, and working to drive sustainable responses to food security through innovation and the systematic engagement of community to create lasting responses to poverty. Our sector, regional staff, have collaborated to meet common goal of strong, supportive, engaged community. I know that the budget cycle especially demands extremely difficult decisions, and I do not envy the conversations you have to have in the next few days. But I do urge you to ensure that social services continues to be supported in ways that allow for this ongoing engagement, and in ways that allow for our community services sector to continue to work with both you as a council, local councils, as well as regional staff and our partners to address the complex challenges that we all face. Thank you for your time.
With 4 seconds to spare. Well
To spare? Good. My
Mayor-
wife timed me, so I had to get it right.
Mayor Carter.
So, Mr. Earl, always a pleasure to be able to see you. Thank you very much for your delegation today.
Thank you.
First and foremost, your delegation is in support of the social service and the health budget, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you've had an opportunity to read that budget?
I
and-
have, yes.
And the investment is there?
Yes.
And do you believe that based upon your expertise in regards to what you're facing on a daily basis, that social services and health have enough money based upon that budget?
No, I do not.
What would your recommendation be?
But I also recognize the limitations on that budget.
I understand that.
So-
In your opinion, based upon your expertise, what do you think would be a significant number or percentage that we should be taking under consideration when we're tackling this issue?
I'm not sure about an overall percentage because I would need a deeper understanding of some of the core programs, to be fair. I'm not an expert in childcare or long-term housing, and I know those are core important parts of that budget. What I would suggest is the investments in community services. Our community has recently and wonderfully established programs, the Thriving Communities Fund. I was very proud to be and honored to be part of the discussions around the Sustainable Community Development Fund. But I would suggest we are behind other communities and other similar communities in our investment in those things. And as an example, I don't know the full budget for the past year, but 2 years ago when the funds was established at about $500,000 or just maybe a little bit more, my colleagues in Mississauga received that amount alone from their own similar fund in Mississauga. I am not suggesting such a great leap at once, but I am suggesting that part of the benefit of those funds is to help us build infrastructure to respond to the challenges. If it's not something that's considered in the short term because of the budget constraints, and I'm fully in support of many of the other delegations and their conversations, I do think we need to think more strategically about how do we invest as a local community into the infrastructure of our community services sector.
Just a follow-up question. I'm just curious, and I know it's outside the budget, but I'm just wondering, are you having these conversations with both our provincial and federal partners?
Yes, we speak, especially through our network in Feed Ontario. We're part of the advocacy network. I'm part of the advocacy committee. We speak to them about the investments we think those levels of government should make into community services, but also into also into other areas like income supports and income security and housing. So yes, we do have those conversations.
So they have a better understanding of the challenges for municipalities that are trying to be a part of the solution. Is that your opinion?
Do they have that understanding?
Yeah.
I don't think so. My experience has been in this, could be limited to who I've engaged with, is that there's little understanding of the local outside of isolated individuals.
My last question to you is that with the allocation of funds to agencies that social services or this region provides to agencies, do you believe that we have enough KPIs or enough information that is being reported back about how those dollars are utilized, the success or failure of those investments? Or do you think that we should be maybe addressing that issue through the budget process?
As a CEO who's driven by data and information, I would suggest that you want to collect as much information as possible of the impacts of every dollar. And as an organization that has that belief, we'd be happy to provide it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Earl. We greatly appreciate your time, and thank you,
Thank you.
for your deputation. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, Mayor
Good
Carter.
afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Leahy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the delegate. Thank you, Ben, for coming out here this evening. Fully support all the great work you do in our community. So further to what Mayor Carter was asking, appreciate your support for everything that's in the community social service and health budget. But is there, again, trying to tease out what exactly would you look for? What are the extra information that you need or supports that you need to be more successful, and what Feed the Need is trying to do to support our community? Can you give a bit more specific in response?
If I'm speaking about my organization, and I think other organizations would relate, we need investments to allow us to start the transformation process of creating new types of programming, being innovative. We're lucky, we're lucky as an organization. We're mostly donor funded, so we've got a lot of flexibility as long as we're meeting our mandate. Our donors allow us to invest in what we do. Organizations that are largely funded by other levels of government do wonderful work, but don't have as much flexibility. What the region's investment funds have allowed us to do, and I think could allow others to do, is pursue those innovative responses. To put some time, a few years into piloting and testing new ideas before they go out and seek other funding. So I would encourage any resources that you're able to provide to our local community organizations should be around innovation and infrastructure building and finding locally driven solutions to the challenges we're facing. I hope that answers it. It's not that specific.
Yeah, no, it's broad, which is good. If the need is broad, the answer is broad. So no, I appreciate that. So I'll mull on that, but it's really looking for your guidance and your expertise. So
Thank you.
I appreciate everything you do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So that exhausts all the questions.
Thank you.
I do want to congratulate you and Joe Soloway.
Oh,
I hear that you had a very excellent concert on Sunday in downtown Oshawa.
Yes.
And if I'm correct, through Joe's efforts in the Rotary Club, they were able to help you raise $27,000 on a Sunday afternoon.
That is correct. Yes, and for the first time in 8 years, the concert to Feed the Need sold out, and that's all. I don't take credit for that. That's all Joe Soloway and the Rotary clubs.
So, on behalf of this council, a big thank you to Joe for taking the lead on that to make sure your organization could bring some happiness during the holiday season to lots of people.
Thank you, Chair Henry.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll move on back to the original order. Linda Yardley.
Hello, Chairman and Councillors. My name's Linda Yardley. I've been a resident of Durham for about 40 years. I'm a retired chartered professional accountant, and I've got lots of experience in planning, forecasting, and analysis in the banking industry. So I know how tough it is to make these decisions on budgeting. In the private industry, we have to live within our means. We don't have a choice because we have shareholders to deliver value to, and we don't have unlimited funding. Even though I work for a bank and they have billions of dollars, we still have a budget and we still have to make cuts. This council is proposing a 6.4% increase in the Durham region budget. This is completely out of line with the Canadian economy, reality, and taxpayers' affordability. We are not an endless supply of money for your lack of budgeting ability and your ability to make hard choices to reduce costs. Let me talk about a few facts. So first of all, the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, was 2.4% in 2024, 2.2% in 2025 up to the end of October, and is expected to be near or below 2% in 2026. This is not anywhere near the 6.4 increase you're expecting from Durham Region taxpayers, so I'm not sure why you think 6.4 is acceptable. Canadian families, even working and middle income families, are struggling to afford food and rent. Seniors on fixed income are the hardest hit. Even some spoke at Whitby Mayor's budget meeting, pleading for tax relief to avoid losing their homes because their taxes were so high, but taxes still went up. So I'm hoping that Durham Region Council won't show the same heartlessness today. The entire, as we just heard from the Feed the Need network, from what I looked at, is 27.9% increase in visits this year, leading up to late 2025. So you can see lots of evidence that people are struggling in Durham Region. So I'm wondering where you expect families and vulnerable citizens to find money for your Durham Region tax increases. From their food, from their housing, from their heating bills. Income is not increasing, so the regional taxes have to come from somewhere. So this budget is not a response to inflation. This is the very mindset that fuels inflation. Maybe you didn't get the memo. The era of inflationary budgets is over. Families and businesses have reached their absolute limit on what they can afford. The top priority right now must be affordability, not spending. Yet another budget that drives up costs is completely out of touch with what people in this community are going through. It's basic economics 101. When government spending and expenses rise sharply, inflation follows. So now you're part of the inflation problem. We do not expect inflationary budgets to be the norm for Durham Region going forward. So where should council look for these budget cuts? So some of the delegates here and those to speak yet have given some suggestions. And I know it's complex. I've been here all morning. It is a complex budget. It is a lot going on, and they're tough decisions. But you're going to have to reprioritize items. So, look at administrative and operations area. Look for efficiencies. Someone mentioned this morning, I forget, it was one of the councillors, that we've got equipment that's not that old, and you're trying to spend money on fixing it, which doesn't need fixing. Freeze non-union staff salaries, no hires, do some job cuts. I've been through it at the bank. We've all been through it in private industry. It hurts, but we can't keep paying for these things. Perhaps council should put back a portion of the $500,000 trip you took to Germany. Council should reverse their $6,000 expense account increase. And what about those expensive electric buses? We don't need them. They don't work in a Canadian climate. It's cold. Electricity buses are expensive and they don't work well. You can do your research on that if you want to check what I have to say here. But and cut consultants. We don't need consultants. We have staff. Put the staff to work, and they are working. We don't need consultants. And there's lots of other things that can be done. So as councillors, you have to lead the cuts and make the tough calls that staff can't do. You're community leaders, and you need to stay connected to what people are facing. So anyone voting in this tax hike today will be branded as a tax and spend politician who feared an auditor general. The next election in October could hinge on this budget vote, and we want to make sure taxpayers remembered who voted to increase their taxes. As we approach this Christmas season, give your taxpayers who you work for a gift. Cut the Durham Region budget back to zero increase. Don't be a Grinch, don't be a Scrooge, be a Santa Claus. Give us a gift. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Leahy?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to the delegate. Thank you, Linda, for coming out this evening. I recognize you talked about buses and other different things. Is there any other areas that you could have us maybe focus on to look for cuts? And recognizing what you've heard tomorrow, the complexities of what we're doing that, but anything else specific? Like some of this stuff might be too far along to change, like the buses in particular, but any other suggestions?
You do need to cut back on staff that you have, and I don't like to pick on people. I'm the last person that would want to fire somebody, but that's one of the areas you should look at. I don't have anything in particular, but I'm happy to give my free time to take a look at things and provide feedback in detail.
Yeah, no, fair enough. It's tough to go through all 1,250
Yes.
pages in a few
Yes, it
days.
is.
The current proposal, there's an increase of 458 staff is what's on the docket today, but I appreciate that.
Yeah, I understand I'm not sure if I'm correct, there's a bylaw that ensures that staff get a pay increase every year. I'm not sure. I thought I read that. I don't know if it's true, so. but,
Yeah.
You know, we're not getting a pay increase. My pension's fixed from the bank forever till I die, so, you know. So people can't handle any more increases. Just, you know, just be fair.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your insight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that exhausts the list with questions. Next is Marek Kudarowski.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Marek Kudarowski, and I am a resident of Durham Region. I am a member of the Social Services Lived Experience Advisory Committee. Our committee is new and brings together individuals who have firsthand lived experience with poverty and social services programs in Durham Region. We provide insight into how policies impact residents on the ground. Our goal is to ensure decisions reflect the realities faced by those most affected. I want to speak today to highlight why investments in social service programs matter. Social services programs are lifelines for many sectors: families, seniors, people with disabilities, mental health challenges, and those experiencing homelessness. Continued investment ensures that these programs remain accessible and effective. Housing stability is critical. Providers need capital funding to maintain and improve the housing stock. Without this, vulnerable residents risk losing safe, adequate housing. Outreach services and additional shelter space are essential to address rising homelessness. These investments help connect people to supports, and they prevent crisis. I've personally benefited from these services, and they have made a real difference in my life. This opportunity to speak with you and be a part of the process, to be included, is a valuable example of that impact. Investing in social services is investing in people. These programs keep our communities strong and resilient. Thank you for considering these priorities in this budget.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Seeing none? None online, Mr. Clerk?
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Next allegation is Hermia Corbett. Online?
Thank you, Regional Chair.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. May I begin?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So, Regional Chair and members of Regional Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today as you reflect on the needs and opportunities facing our region and the alignment of the budgets and resources with these priorities. I am Hermia Corbett, Executive Director of Community Development Council Durham, CDCD. CDCD serves as Durham Social Planning Council and delivers homelessness prevention services and settlement and resettlement support for newcomers and immigrants. I am here today to strongly support the proposed regional budget, which enables continued investment in advancing Durham's commitment to inclusive, community-driven services, particularly to support Durham's newest residents. I believe that as much as the budget is a financial plan, it is also a framework for investment in Durham's future. City City has a long respected history of providing settlement services in the region that has grown and adapted over the years as immigration continues to be the primary source of population growth in the region. People from every corner of the world have added to the increasingly rich and vibrant diversity of Durham region. City City is also the lead agency for the Ajax and Oshawa Clarendon Welcome Centers. Through funding from Immigration, Refugees, Citizenship Canada, we also support government-assisted refugees. As a member of the local immigration partnership, the LEAP Council, I contributed to a presentation of Durham LEAP's 2025-2030 Community and Inclusion Plan, which was called We All Belong Here, right at Regional Council. The plan reflects our collective commitment and effort as community leaders and residents to make Durham a welcoming and prosperous place for everyone. The proposed regional budget is the force that transforms this commitment to real-life action that makes a difference in the lives of our residents. As mentioned earlier today in the meeting, Durham is the fastest growing community in Canada. Since 2022, City City has been a key partner with the region on the Durham Humanitarian Response Program, DURA, providing emergency resettlement services which provide immediate, temporary accommodations and wraparound settlement supports to refugee claimants arriving in Durham region. The success of this model is a testament to the impact of regional investment in our community. Close to 2,000 individuals have been supported to date, significantly reducing homelessness risk. 203 individuals or 119 households are currently supported, and over 1,100 clients found permanent housing in Durham, strengthening our workforce and communities. These successes are not accidental. They are the result of sustained strategic investment, coordinated leadership, and intentional relationships and community building. These conditions create the foundation and facilitate access to the wide network of services that are readily available across the region. We know that collaboration with the DEI and DLIP leadership have contributed to safer and more dignified pathways for individuals and families seeking stability and assistance. It has also helped elevate diverse voices and advance equity-driven solutions throughout our shared work. City City has benefited greatly from their reliable collaboration, clear communication, and thoughtful, inclusive approach. In closing, the region's strategic oversight, equity-focused approach, and data-informed coordination has strengthened service alignment, ensured dignified and timely support for newcomer families, and created a more accountable and effective regional system. Their partnership have strengthened coordination across programs, reduced service duplication, and helped remove barriers that newcomers often face. It has also lowered the risk of homelessness and eased pressure on emergency services. Most importantly, it has enriched and improved how support is delivered to asylum-seeking families. Their steadfast commitment to fostering a welcoming Durham elevates the quality, reach, and impact of this humanitarian work. For continued funding to DEI and Durham LEAP initiatives, it ensures that our system remains strong, responsive, and accountable. Without this investment, we risk losing momentum and compromising the progress we have made today. Thank you for the leadership and continued commitment to ensuring everyone arriving and choosing to stay in Durham feels welcome and experiences a sense of belonging and is able to access the services and supports that allow them to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next one, which is Jeanette Miller. Good afternoon.
Hello, Council and Chair. I would actually like to save money instead of ask for funding. I saw earlier, I'm talking about climate change. I saw earlier that there is budget pressures because of climate change implementation. I was going through the Durham budget paperwork and noticed some items mentioning immigration and climate change. Are these not federal issues? Did the federal government not sign on to the climate agenda and the migration compact? are they funding all of this? Are we implementing federal policies? And are there budget shortfalls, which I heard that there was, particularly with the Ontario government? Are property taxes paying for this? Why do we have a regional staff on the payroll implementing climate agendas? Why do we have an ICLEI representative on the payroll who is implementing United Nations agenda? Who pays for these salaries, Durham Region, Ontario, or the United Nations? I have a copy here of the clean energy economy in Durham Region. Do you realize that on the first page of the report, there's a disclaimer that states the following? This information provided is believed to be accurate, but has not been verified. Why is a region implementing a plan that has not been verified and is just a belief? Do you realize that the projections in this plan are just estimates for the purpose of implementing this plan? Do you realize that the authors do not accept responsibility for any of this information and will not accept responsibility for the use of it or the contents of it? Who does accept responsibility? Any use of this information is the responsibility of the user. Who is that? Is that the federal government, the region, provincial, United Nations? The report states from between 2018 and 2050, there will be an investment for the low carbon pathway scenario, about $30 billion, to reap a savings and revenue generation of $40.2 billion. The region knows that it can spend the $31 billion, but does it really know that there could be a cost savings of $40.2 billion? Does everybody know that? It's never been done. Who is responsible if there's no savings from this? Not the author of this report. The region knows how much carbon is being expended and saved, but does the region know with certainty that this massive, expensive exercise will in fact reduce the temperature at all? Many scientists actually believe that we are going into a solar minimum until 2060. Maybe the solar minimum will take care of the climate change issue. The report states that these reductions represent the impact of policies that were currently or planned by the provincial and federal governments. Are we implementing their policies, and are there any shortfalls again? A climate emergency was declared based on models. Models are not real. Historical data from weather stations were compared to the climate models, and the climate models have consistently had much higher temperatures than the actual temperature recorded at the climate stations. If these were inaccurate in the past, what makes me think that they're going to be accurate in the future? They've been totally lower, the climate temperatures. I see that there is a Climate Mitigation Environmental Initiatives Reserve Fund, which was funded by the General Levy Stabilization Reserve Fund. Does this mean that property taxes are being used to fund climate mitigation, which is a federal issue? Should the property taxes be used for local issues? We could stop all activity in Durham Region and we would not make a blip in the level of CO2. The region is spending millions, billions of dollars and potentially harming the local economy in an attempt to reduce the temperature by a degree. There seems to be a blending of local, provincial, federal, and international issues. There seems to be an overlapping of jurisdictions. How did this happen? We need to define what a local issue is. We need to implement programs that can be proven to be 100% beneficial to the region without disclaimers, beliefs, projections, and without models. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to the delegation? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Jessica Street.
Hello.
Hello.
Chair and members of council, my name is Jessica Street, and I am here as a resident speaking about the impact this budget will have on people across Durham. A 6.04% tax increase combined with the water bill hike in a 2% inflation year is not something households can absorb without consequence. It forces difficult choices for families. It pushes many seniors into hardship. Most residents do not receive 6 5% wage increases. Seniors on CPP receive very small yearly adjustments that do not keep pace with rising bills. They have no ability to make their income grow to match the decisions made here. When costs rise faster than income, people lose stability. That is the reality this budget creates. Budgets are not just financial documents. Budgets are statements of priorities. They communicate what matters, what's essential, and what can wait. When residents look at this increase, they want to see that every dollar is serving a clear purpose that reflects the world they are living in. Earlier today, we heard a call for further expansion of DEI initiatives. I want to offer a different perspective. My own ancestry, Indigenous, South American, and European roots. I come from multiple cultures and identities. I understand the intention behind DEI, and I understand why people support it. But the implementation we have seen in recent years has not built unity. It has often created division and separation at a time when we need the opposite. When budgets are tight, we cannot continue to fund programs that divide people into categories rather than bringing them together as equals. An inclusive community budget must focus on what unites us, not what segments us. Yesterday's debate on oversight revealed something important about this region. Residents are more informed, more engaged, and more attentive than many realize. They watched that vote. They saw it end in a tie because one member who was present did not cast a vote. They understood exactly what that meant. They also heard comments suggesting that residents may not understand the difference between internal and independent oversight. That message did not reflect what I see in my community. Residents understand oversight because their daily lives require it. They manage mortgages, run small businesses, raise children, care for aging relatives, and stretch every dollar to make ends meet. They understand the difference between checking a receipt and questioning whether the purchase was wise. They understand accountability because they live with accountability in their own budgets every single day. A budget only works when the public trusts that every dollar is being used responsibly. Trust is not a small part of a budget. Trust is the foundation of a budget, and trust breaks the moment people feel underestimated and unheard. We also heard today from another delegate, Andrew Tummond, from the Police Association, who spoke about the strain on policing resources. That is a budget issue. At the same time, residents have seen officers in Pickering taken off the road to stand guard at meetings where the only issue was disagreement. Redirecting trained officers away from community safety to manage dissent is not an effective use of resources. It stretches a service that is already under pressure, and it creates unnecessary costs that fall directly on taxpayers. When resources are tight, they must be used where they are needed most. There is a wider context for today's decision. Residents are being asked to pay 6% more in a 2% world. They are being asked to absorb higher taxes and higher water bills while services are stretched and confidence in spending decisions is fragile. They are becoming more informed because they have to be. They are following votes, learning processes, and paying attention to every decision made in this room. A 6% increase in a 2% economy is not a minor adjustment. It is a warning sign. Affordability is not an abstract idea. It is a daily experience for seniors who ration medication and families who cut groceries to stay afloat. Asking them to absorb costs that rise faster than their income is not sustainable, and it is not responsible. You have the ability to ease that pressure. You can reduce the increase, you can adjust spending, you can direct funds towards priorities that unite the community and protect essential services. You can deliver a budget that respects the limits of that residents cannot change. Please give the people of Durham a budget they can survive, not one they must sacrifice for. Thank you, and Chair, I'm so happy to see you back.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be back. Questions? Councillor Leahy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jessica, for coming up this evening. So are there any other areas that you think that we could focus on in cutting? Like, I know you mentioned some, but anything else?
Yeah, as was mentioned earlier, I do believe that when it comes to our transit system, it could be looked at. And again, this is where I do believe that an independent auditor general could help with looking into these things. I don't believe that we're utilizing all our services at this point in time to their utmost. I see tons of empty buses all the time. We do need them when it comes to rush hour and times like that, but right now, I don't believe we're utilizing our resources to their utmost.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. That's my only question. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that exhausts the question
Thank
list.
you.
Thank you. Next is Lisa Robinson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I hope you're doing well there, Chair.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, committee members. I hope everyone's doing well today. It's been a very long day. My name is Lisa Robinson, and today I'm going to speak as a taxpayer, not in my official role as a city councillor. I'm here as one of the many people in Durham who will have to live with the consequences of the decision that's going to be made in this room this week. And let me start with something really, really simple. People in Durham are hurting a lot more than this committee seems to realize. A 6.04% regional increase on top of, like, let's say Pickering's proposed increase, which we know is going to be almost 3.5%, or the other municipalities that are in that area. On top of utilities that the people have to pay the increases, the insurance, the groceries, the clothing, the gas, the education. It's too much. It's too much already for people. They can't bear it right now. Families are having to choose between gas and groceries. Food bank lines are stretched around the buildings. We all hear about that in each of our municipalities. Housing is out of reach for not only young people, for most people. Doesn't matter if you're a child anymore, like, you know, you're a new family, if you're an adult or if you're a senior, people cannot afford a home right now. Seniors are having to skip meals or choose between keeping their heat on. And anyone renewing their mortgages is going from 1.8% to 4.5% or even higher. That's thousands of dollars overnight just because somebody has to renew their mortgage. And into that reality, we are talking about raising taxes again. Let's be crystal clear about this, guys. Taxpayers aren't raising taxes. Governments are. And this isn't a revenue crisis. This is a spending crisis, a crisis of priorities, discipline, and restraint. I've seen personally, as many people have, wasteful spending, unnecessary projects, timelines being pushed forward for things that are not urgent in our communities, things that are not essential, and that are absolutely not needed right now. Residents are cutting back on everything, their groceries, their repairs, their own basic needs. If households across Durham are cutting back, then why isn't the region of Durham doing the same? Why are municipalities continuing to spend at full speed as if residents are not drowning outside of these very walls? I know some here are going to try and say the predictable talking point, like we still have the lowest taxes in Durham. But that talking point doesn't feed a family. It doesn't pay a mortgage. It doesn't put groceries on the table or gas in the car for the single mother that's trying to get to work. A tax increase is a tax increase. And when every level of government raises their taxes all at the same time, it becomes suffocating to the people. Most people can't take time off work to stand here like I am today. So I'm here to say what they would say if they could be in this room. Stop treating taxpayers like an endless ATM. There's nothing left to take. People are tightening their lives in every direction. Government should be doing the same. Not for next year, but for right now, for today. We should not be moving ahead with non-urgent capital projects. We should not be expanding budgets in the middle of an affordability crisis. We should not be telling people that they have to carry the weight of decisions that they didn't make and absolutely cannot afford today. This is a year that demands discipline. This is a year that demands restraint. And this is a year that demands actual leadership, not slogans, not momentum speeches, not long-term promises built on the backs of people who cannot get through the short term. Committee members, good leadership isn't spending because you can. Good leadership is holding the line when people ask you to do so. So today I'm urging, well, I'd like to challenge the council and every municipality of Durham to please freeze the tax rate. Cut what isn't essential. Delay what can be delayed. Show people that you actually understand the crisis that they are living in today.
Must wrap up.
Because people in Durham are breaking. And if all those increases go through, region, city, police, layered on top of each other, each and every one of you will have aided in the pushing many families in Durham past the point of no return, where some may never recover. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee.
Thank you. Questions, members of council? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Keaton Halinga.
Hello and good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to share my experiences with all of you. My name is Keaton Halinga. I'm a resident of Durham and a Clarington local with ties to Oshawa. I'm an Ontario Works recipient, a Getting Ahead and Just a Bit Getting By World graduate, a food bank volunteer, and a member of the Social Services Lived Experience Advisory Committee. I know firsthand how easy it is for your life to change and how isolated you can feel from your community. Realizing that my sexuality and gender identity didn't align with what I was assigned with at birth was a paralyzing event for me. I didn't have supports for that in my life, and I spent 7 years of my high school and early adult life depressed and alone. Talking to a caseworker from social services at the library and getting on OW was the start to rebuilding my life. My case coordinators helped me with what my next steps were in life. The Resource Center helped me with building skills, and all the connections I have made because of social services has given me a sense of community and a sense of direction. I am passionate about social work and being involved in educating our community on social issues. It's important to me that our community better understands and cares about social services and the clients they support, as social services is often unseen, unknown glue that holds our community together. Programs like the Community Social Investment Program that support non-for-profits in our community deliver essential programs and services to our community residents. Without this funding, our community will start to crack and we will lose members of our community. Safe, flexible, and accessible housing is foundational to our community's well-being. Capital investments are needed to help providers maintain quality housing and to prevent displacement. Outreach is vital to reaching our members of the community that feel rejected by our community. Outreach builds trust with our community members experiencing homelessness, helping them get supports. If we want to end homelessness and poverty, we need to see value in homeless and impoverished community members, to invest in them, in programs to support them, and to make space for everyone to feel a part of our community. I'm here and I'm queer and I care about this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Leahy.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the delegate. Thank you so much for taking the time and spending so much of your day here with us today. So could you maybe more specifically say what it is exactly that you would like us to do anything differently or just continue to do what we're doing? I was trying to take your words and trying to turn that into some action.
I think continuing with the funding that's available, always looking to expand funding. It's important to our community that we really do show that we value everyone, and not just people who have an income or are making an income. Our community is made up of people. It's not just a budget. And it's important that everyone feels a part of our community and everyone goes out and votes, whether they are taxpayers or not.
Okay, well, I really appreciate your answer, and thank you so much for coming out here today. That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wu.
Keaton, you are valued, and thank you very much for spending time with us, being able to listen, and also for Merrick to come out and talk about your lived experience. So, which is important, the areas of social services that helped you through a difficult time, and the budget that we have for homelessness and providing supportive housing, shelters, you support that?
Yes, I do support pretty much everything social services does. I do know recently there's been strains. There's a lot of people who've gotten on OW, and caseworkers don't have as much time as they did before. And it's not uncommon for people to get a new caseworker more than once a year. And it can be very hard as an Ontario Works recipient to keep up with changes with your caseworker, changes with your file. Caseworker goes on vacation, they didn't put in your income, now your file's on hold. So in regards to the budget, that might not relate as much, but the lived experience side is really helping shape policy now with the Lived Experience Committee at Social Services to make sure that the region is making policy for us with us instead of policy for us without us.
Well, I appreciate you coming forward to be able to speak about the lived experience about our social services and the workers that are there. They're very, very compassionate and caring, and I think you found that.
Yes.
And, and while you're there, while we're talking about homelessness, champions in the community, he's still here, and Keith Turney, you are a champion. Keaton, you and Merrick, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
And speaking.
Okay, thank you. That exhausts the list of questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next would be Clint Cole, Clarington resident. Clint, not here. Clint Cole, third and final time. Clint Cole. Next would be Liam Venner.
Good afternoon. And my name is Liam Venner, and I've been a resident of Whitby for about 38 years. And many years ago, I grew up in Ajax when it was a small town. My thanks to the council for a special vote to let me speak and make a presentation on your budget. In November of 2007, a report was presented to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities by Professor Saad Mirza, a professor of civil engineering and applied mechanics at McGill University. The title of the report was Danger Ahead: The Coming Collapse of Canada's Municipal Infrastructure. In the report section 3, titled About the Municipal Infrastructure Deficit, he writes, during the past 20 years, Canadian municipalities have been squeezed by increasing responsibilities and reduced transfer payments from other orders of government. In the mid-1990s, our federal Senate sent a report to Parliament. They reported on a gray wave that was about to engulf Canada. The federal government's response to their report was to download federal responsibilities onto provinces, the provinces who in turn downloaded onto municipalities. The municipalities went from 8% of overall government tax base and 31% of government infrastructure to 8% of the tax base and 51% of all government infrastructure. Today, I believe the figures are 9% and some say 60%. The federal and provincial governments are using the municipalities to squeeze a huge amount of revenue out of the equity that we have stored in our inflated residential properties. There are three groups of retired seniors on fixed pensions. The first, I'm in that category, can handle the property tax burden. The second see a large part of their retirement income going to taxes, and so they sell. The third can no longer afford the overall huge tax burden being imposed on them by all levels of reckless spending governments, so they have to sell. This is morally wrong. In his 2011 book, The Trouble with Canada Still, Arthur William Gardner wrote, between 1961 and 2007, the consumer price index in Canada went up 610%, with all levels of taxation going up 1,704%. Our federal government is aware of the aging of Canada. At a population conference in Halifax in 1972, federal bureaucrats forecasted that by 2025, Canada would have 1 in 5 Canadians over the age of 65. These same bureaucrats crowed about the fact that they had been able to reduce our birth rate to 2.5 children per family. It was about 3.5 at the time, through most of the 60s. Their solution to our aging was to have 180,000 immigrants a year, a goal they never achieved. More recently, in a 2010 federal government pamphlet titled On the Road to Age-Friendly Communities, the family states that as of 2006, that 1 in 7 Canadians is over the age of 65. In the same pamphlet, they forecast that by 2036, 1 in 4 Canadians will be over 65. Bear in mind that we have a current birth rate of 1.2 children per family. Canada is running out of citizens to pay for our federal and provincial responsibilities. Those levels of government are using the municipalities to backstop their reckless spending. Professor Mercer sees municipal infrastructure collapsing under our ever-increasing levels of property tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, members of council? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Members of council, that exhausts our list, so now we're at correspondence. All of the correspondence are have the same referral, Mr. Clerk. Can we move them all at once? Councillor Chapman? Sorry.
It's okay. I'd move all the correspondence and to the recommendations that are on the agenda.
Councillor Mayor Pietri, is that a second? Seconded by Councillor Mayor Pietri. Members of council, I will call the vote on all of the correspondence. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none. Members of council, that went far faster than I anticipated it going. So thank you. I still think it would be appropriate that 3.4 is where we are. It's the business plans and budgets. I'll turn to council. Does council want to start on an item or come back tomorrow morning, start fresh at 9:30? Councillor Lee?
Just a question, Chair. Because we only have one more presentation, would it be, I don't know, feasible to finish the presentations, clock in at around 4, and then continue all the budget discussions tomorrow? We have the water and supply and sanitary. Or we can, I'm just offering a solution.
I'll turn to the mover of the motion.
No, there's no motion.
You know what, some staff have already left, so I think what I'm
Okay,
looking for
very good.
is a motion to recess till tomorrow morning.
So I'll give you that motion, Chair.
Moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor Shahid. So the motion is to recess to Mr. Clerk, 9:30 tomorrow morning, and then we will come back and start fresh with item 3.4, which is the business plans and budgets. Correct, Mr. Clerk?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll call the vote. I'm sorry. Before I call the vote, Mayor Carter.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. I just want some clarification. We're going to undertake the budget tomorrow. Is it your intent that the day starts and the day doesn't end until the budget is passed? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that everybody understood that that's what we're embracing. So, okay, good.
Okay, Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, I would like to amend the motion
Sure.
to start at 9 o'clock in the morning, if that's not too much of a burden on the clerk staff.
Mr. Clerk, could we be prepared to start at 9? Okay, so, Mr. Clerk, we'll take that as an amendment. I need a seconder on the amendment. No, seconder on the amendment to start at 9.
Yes, and the purpose of that is based on what Mayor Carter's question was about how long it gives us an extra half hour to push through this, so that we don't have to be here until 11 o'clock tomorrow night, perhaps. Maybe we'll only be here till 10:30.
Perfect. So moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Mayor Carter, that we start at 9 o'clock. All those in favor? Opposed? So that's one, okay, that carries. And now on, we'll call to the recess. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none. I will see you all tomorrow morning about 8:45 in the back room. Mr. Clerk, can you make sure that coffee, lunch, and all that stuff is